Alright. Thank you, Mew Mew. I didn't hit the last button to make, YouTube start. So we've barely started a little bit here, but, we're in here. It's fine. It's fine. All I've said so far is I'm back from my break and we're getting started on the rigging things. And apparently it is freaking out a little bit about this. It's fine. Yeah. My first YouTube stream, I expected it to go a little scuffies. The Twitch part's been live for a little bit. I just didn't see the last button I needed to click. And it's fine. It's fine. We're here now. We're here now. And then, one last thing I wanted to check, actually. Oh, where is the thing I need? Yeah, it's really weird. And like, I should have realized there was a thing that kind of told me, hey, you're not quite there yet on the being live, but like, I just didn't register. That was the thing. But thank you for the heads up, because I was unaware. It is... What is this file size? Okay. Just trying to see what the size of the canvas is for this thing. And it looks like it's 4107 across? Question mark? I don't know what happened on that front. Okay. But back over here. Beep. This is overall what we're trying to rig. And I was just looking to see the face gradient does not seem to, be affecting the hair, because, like, why would it? But here, we were having, you can see that it's showing up in there. So, definitely the face base and the face line it should be clipped to. And then, does that look like it's matching? I don't think there's anything else in there that it needs to clip to. Because the mouth skin, there's a chance the mouth skin might be doing something weird since I've clipped it to those things, but the mouth skin's gonna get turned off. Hold on. Actually, right now the mouth skin's probably off because... Stop doing that. Okay, so right now I don't even have the real mouth on. Because this is the default mouth that just kind of gives you, hey, the cute face. But this is actually your mouth you start with for rigging, so that way you can actually kind of see. But we're actually going to make the lip skin invisible in the long run, so that it's not going to be cutting into our blushes and everything else. So this here is, yeah, there's this face color line guy, who is also clipped to the face base already. There's another one. Oh, here's the face outline. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so that's on those two, because this piece is... Let me unclip it for a second. It's this. So as we turn, we can also pull that inwards a bit if needed. Green. Okay, so I think the gradient should be good now, because I don't think we need it on the hair. So I think that's good. Now it's not cutting off into our body. And I think that will want to have move well with these things, so that way it can, like, keep our edge shading. We'll see as we're going along. And then we have a bunch of folders here that are currently hidden. We have a spare toggle. The other hairstyles. We also have... Where are the ears? We have bare ears instead that are adorable. All sorts of things, which we will make toggles for eventually. Swap ears, this. But you don't want to... Making the toggles on blend shape is easier, but you want to do it after you rig your motion, or else you're gonna have problems. And no one likes having problems. So it's easier to just do that later, or on top of your motion. on its own deformer, depending on how it goes. Alright, so as I was seeing, we set up parameters before stream. Obviously I got everything in here, and I believe I got everything clipped. Obviously I hadn't clipped the gradient. I have not done any art meshing yet, because I figured we'd just do that as we go along. And we're going to start with the eyes. So first thing though we're going to do is we're going to turn off all of this extra hair. We don't want the hair, we don't want the bow, we'll keep the eyebrows. I need the hair in the back to go away, and I would like, for now, for the ears to go away. And then we see what is that big thing. Not that one. What is... face? Is that just the face hair shadows? Okay. Yes, yes. Okay, so all of those also need to get flipped to the face. There we go. That way, our head is nice and round. Ooh, sweaters. Yes. Ah! I will take a sip of my coffee, which is almost gone, apparently. Alright. Okay. Yes. All the lurks are appreciated. Feel free to, you know, get your own work done. You always have problems? I mean, that sounds right, but what kind of problems in this case? Alright, so we're gonna start with our eyeballs. Always a good time to start with those. Like I said, I'm gonna be doing V-Bridger. So I also have, Squint. So eye smile when you're doing V-Bridger is only doing the upwards curve when your eyes are closed. Squint is for getting the bottom portion to lift up slightly. I think that's it. I don't think I've clipped any of the eye stuff. I mostly went just for the shadows. Yeah. So the first thing we want to do, I'm just going to be doing one eyeball and then reflecting it to the other side eventually. Oh, that's what I forgot. The reason I was looking up the canvas thing is because I wanted to make a guideline. Is this one? No. Trying to remember. You can make guidelines. Guide settings. There we go. Yes, I would like to make a new guide. Let's, for this exact moment, what is a color that's going to actually show up brightly on here? Maybe red? Okay, and then the position, it needs to be a vertical line. And then I attempted to math this. If that other number was correct, something like 41, no, that should be the end of it. 2053? Okay, yeah. 2053.5 technically is what it told me. If the other number was correct, which that is definitely not correct. I knew something didn't seem right about that. It might just be the extra numbers. Can you calm down? 250? 251? Aha! 2051 is the answer. At least it seems to be. Let's going straight down the center. We're looking through. Yep. Continues to look like it is about dead center. So that helps us make sure that we are in the center for everything. And then another thing we can do real quick that can help with this. Select everything. Create a deformer. Just going to call it all for right now. Eventually we can use it for breathing, but we're not worried about that right this second. Okay, when we did that, it's a little off from our other line, but they both feel fairy centered. So the question is, do we use the modeling line or do we use the deformer line? Because the deformer made itself, you know, around the art. It should arguably be correct. But they are ever so slightly different from one another. I think our red line... I feel like actually the space right between the two is where we need to be, which is insane. Well... Here. Little testy test. I'll reflect you. One. Well, I'm gonna just keep doing that until we put it back. Very clicky. Undo all the things. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Put it back. Put it back. Yeah, it's getting mad. It doesn't want to do things because it just got rid of. Interesting. Are you not selecting everything just because some of it's hidden? Boop. We'll just manually select the list like this. Oh. Boop. Okay, well. So now it actually has everything, but now that's definitely gone over to the side a little bit. Yeah, so we're going to follow the line that I made. I think what's happening is now that I've actually got everything selected correctly, it is going off the full canvas size. Okay, but we need to get... Where's our red dot? Okay, this should be our center. Okay, so we gotta go here, Control, Shift, drag to line up with our line that we made. Okay, that should be good. And then one more time, and take this guy, reflect it. Yeah, it looks like it's reflecting into like the exact same spot. Now let's do this guy. Excuse you. Alright, so this. When we reflect the eyes later, because we copy paste it, obviously this shiny, see the colors? We're not actually going to want it to flip. And same with that. So that might cause some weirdness. Because yeah, see, it is going to be kind of a flippy. This one will actually flip properly. Yeah. Okay, so those are symmetrical. Because even if your canvas isn't fully symmetrical, as long as your deformers are symmetrical, you'll be good. Because it reflects based on the deformer it's inside of. Hey! Thank you for the lurks. Doubly lurks, husband. Yay. Although, there it is. Yep. Making sure that I can see the chats where I expect to see the chats. Yay! Alright. Okay. What is happening there, though? Oh, you should not be clipped to the face-based color line, I guess. Just the face. Yeah, the color line adds enough of its own color. By doing that, it was sticking out. That's why we had that weirdness. Okay. So, we made our big deformer. We made sure it's centered, so that way everything reflects under it evenly, and now we're getting interrupted by a top. He's asking to change the TV, which reminds me that I meant to find some music to put on in the background, but then I was afraid to put on music for the background because, don't want to have problems with the YouTubes being like all the copyright things. It's not as big of a deal with Twitch, because, you know, it is and it isn't. You know, it's not like the thing stays around on Twitch. You can still get strikes and such, but it's not as big of a thing. I think what we'll do, though, is I'm just going to open Rusty's retirement to make a background sound, or... Wait, hold on, go back. I have... Ooh. Okay. The other option is I could just add in... No. I just want to add in one of my music-y things. Where are those? Okay. Let's do... memory lane? Nah, too depressing sounding. Let's do... Starfall music? I decided to land in muted. There we go. I guess. Actually, what am I thinking? I know what it has to be. Where's that one? It's gotta be Little Spirits, because it's spooky month. Do 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 do. Cheerful, but mildly mysticals. Alright. I don't know what I'm doing shortly. Okay. So, we made big deformer, made sure that it's centered, because even if the canvas is centered, if your deformer is not centered, you're still gonna be having a problem. And it decided it's not quite centered. Come on, you. What happened? Why is my modeling line offline now? It was like this. The green line seems fine. That's the modeling line, isn't it? What is happening? What? What did I do? How did this happen? Did I? Oh, I moved it at some point. Okay, yeah, it seems like I just dragged it at some point and didn't realize it. Okay. We're back, we're back. Okay, things are good now. I think I just like clicked when I was showing things and messed it up. So, deformer, everything in it. We made a little line in the center. Everything seems like it's reflecting properly. So next, I just kind of want to grab everything that's in an eyeball. Well, you are giving me too many menus. This one. I'm going to select all the child objects inside of there, and we're just going to give it one. I'm only calling it IR because everything's labeled that way, but I'm going to be rigging it on the left-hand side since the eyeball is on the left, which is backwards from what people normally do. Normally, left is, as this is labeled, this is the left because it's the model's left. I like to rig it though this way because it's more mirror focused, in my opinion, because if you look at me, here, can I make myself bigger real quick? Okay, so if I, the human being, turn to my left, the model is turning to the model's right. And same with if I'm looking to my right, the model is looking to the model's left, because it's a mirror. So I personally think that if I'm using my left eye, like if I knew how to wink, I can't wink, it's not something I'm capable of doing, but if I could wink, I'd want it so that when my left eye goes down, the model's right eye, which is, if I can do it with my finger. It is not doing this properly. Hello? Hold on. Right eye? Maybe it is reversed. I can't tell, because I can't wink! I don't know. It's giving me trouble. Either way, I can't wink, so it doesn't help me much. But, worst case scenarios, if you don't like the directions it's on, we can always change it in VTube Studio which input is which. I can also switch it later if it shows to be being a problem. Because I've tested this a couple of times and I was like, right eyeball, and it went to the one that I thought it was. And then it's just like, no. Now I'm not working the way you thought I did. Either way, right eyeball. We'll put it on R. Heck it. It's all labeled R. We'll just go with R today. Now, let's see. So we have a bunch of tiers in here, which are important to keep inside of here, at minimum in the face. But those aren't on for right now, because they're part of a toggle. They look like this. How dare you make the chibi sad. But that's there. So we're gonna keep all of that in there, but we're just gonna ignore it for now. Let's see. Everything for the iris, though. Okay. So this is a lash sign and this is a lash sign. Those ones I'm not going to consider as part of the iris because I don't want them clipped on there because they would, like this one, it would disappear outside of face. Well, you would clip them to the eye white. But also, because they're technically on the eyelash, it can be really cute to keep them even when the eye's closed and put it on the eyelash. Okay, so hold on. The iris. Okay, so eye white. I'm going to copy that. So the pupil, iris details, the iris lash, yeah, this is a little shadow on there. There's a hard eye space that we aren't dealing with yet, but it's a toggle that's in there. It is physically inside the eyeball, so all that's getting grabbed. Not these lashes. Okay, do we want the chromo, and we do want the side shine. And then that one's in the eyes, so I don't want that clipped to the eye white. Right now we're trying to clip things. I'd grab that for the whole eye, which we've already done. So the lashes are out, the 2 lash signs, and the tears are out. The rest of this should get clipped to the eye white. That way, let me make now as well an iris. Deformer, and then inside of that I do still want to get no, I think that'll be fine actually to keep that off of the iris. Yeah, okay, so the iris now, I move it around, we've got everything that should be inside of there, so we've got that, and it's all clipped. Which I didn't realize the bottom of the eye is shaped like that. Okay, that's everything for that. With that, I'm gonna start making our art meshes. So for right now, the tears, we can't even see them, but I'm just gonna auto those. These are nice and squishy. Where is... That's the lashes base. We're gonna start with that one. That's gonna be our more complicated one. I wonder why it's going way out there. There's nothing out there. Normally that means there's like a pixel or something out there. Oh. So this is fine. When we make the art mesh around this, that will go away. It will be something to keep track of though when making the atlas, because sometimes something like that will still try to appear. Next up, making this. So we're gonna want this tool here is the stroke tool. And then I like to do 3 vertices for my super bendy stuff. And we're just going to draw kind of a line like this to get started. And we have this line that's not very great. We're gonna just start with this. And then I want it to be a bit denser, especially with how curved this thing is in the first place. Okay, so we're gonna do like this. And then see this dot, we can actually make that wider. If you hold control and click, you can get these yellow circles. I want to keep the center line along there as much as possible, so I might manually push the bottom inwards in a minute. Because yeah, for right now, like you, I'd want you more there. These points more along here. But just because that's like a very definitive line in the art itself, I want to make sure the art mesh goes along that so it bends it nicely. So then here we're going to take you, we are going to get skinnier here, I need you to get a little wider here. Okay, I feel like this is going decently. You need to be a little wider because of the top there, really. You can get a little wider as well. That might allow you to get a little more narrow. Like I said, we'll probably do some correction to the bottom in a little bit. Okay. So that looks like a good initial stroke. No, because I'm not much of a person who can draw. I do rigging, which is completely different. I really don't consider myself actually capable of drawing so much. Alright, so I'm gonna move these closer. So drawing request not possible. I'm not good at drawing, personal opinion. I mean, I did draw my own model here, this little chibi guy. But I kind of feel like I cheated to do it because I used vector lines, because I don't feel super confident in just drawing regular lines. But yeah, so we're just scooting this closer since it's not evenly shaped going on both sides. Again, I can't draw, so no. I cannot draw your random fan art once. And if that's something you actually want, you should calm someone and pay them money, because people don't draw for free, generally. They draw either for their own wants or for money. Unless you find an artist who just wants to draw that because they think it'd be fun. You're probably going to want to pay someone to get that done. Or learn to do it yourself. Not come and ask random people on stream who aren't even that kind of artist to do it. Alright, so I think this is a good starting mesh. If anything, maybe I should have made it a little denser, but I think we'll be good with that. Here, we can even test it out real quick. We can use our deform path points. We're gonna put one here. Because of how curved this is, I think I'm gonna want a lot of points on here. Because it's a very large and curvy eyebrow. Or eyelash. Eyebrows up there. It's tiny. The eyebrow's real tiny compared to these. The joy of chibi styles. Okay. Yeah, I don't need it to be perfect on there. It's just, I'd like it to be as best as I can. Okay, so now I grab it by these. Yeah, that looks smooth. That looks like it's doing a good job. We'll do something like this. Yeah, even though it's super bendy, you can see the art itself, though, is still mostly maintaining shape. Here you get kind of a thing, but like we are bending it super much. We're not going to be doing that to the actual art as we go along. Alright, so these two I had auto done. I'm just going to go down the list of it now and make our things. Honestly, this is probably fine-ish. Green. I'm gonna do some points around the outside edges, and then one in the middle, and then I'm gonna take this and we're just gonna bring this in so we're more of a circle. Cut out a bit of it. There's a bit of like a haze around it, so we want to make sure that we don't cut out any of that. So I do want to pull it out a little bit. Okay, if I go into the modeling, okay. Yeah, I was under the other one still. Yeah, I just kind of want to pull that out just a little bit. Okay. I think this gets us out far enough. And then I'm gonna make sure that feels centered. And then yeah, we'll go ahead and auto-connect. Nice little basic circle. Okay, our bottom lash shiny. So for like this little last shiny here, I probably could, and like the circle up there, I probably could just make auto ones. That's a standard. That's mine. Heavy. Little. The little's not bad. Actually, yeah, we'll start with the little one. But I kind of want to get rid of that point and move this around a little bit. Well, no. Because personally, I'd rather have it kind of cut across this diamond shape a bit more. In. So that way we have the actual thing there. I have had a laptop before that had a touch screen and would have similar things happen where I'd be like, oh gosh, what just happened? Until I I had to make a conscious effort to start using the touch screen so I would stop forgetting that that was how it worked. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why. I thought it was more of a strict diamond, but it does have a bit of a little floof. And like, it's good. It gives it a character. It's just, when you go to do the actual shaping, you realize these things sometimes and you're like, wait a second, that's not how I thought that was. Okay. Huh. What does it do if I tell it to auto do this? And then the heavy. Oh, that looks disgusting. That's not bad. I think I am just gonna, again, do this manually. Because we don't have to have them all connected to each other. Actually, you know what? Let's go back to that one. Let's see. Not a bad start, but we can change this a bit. So this is the outside intervals. Yeah, that's making it more. The outside intervals might not be bad. The boundary we can make a little smaller. The inside could probably be less for some of these. Okay. Let's go something like that to start with, but what I'm gonna end up doing, I think, is where's my eraser? I want to just kind of disconnect everything on the inside because that's a hot mess. I'm gonna grab this and just kind of like pull it around to where I think it should be, and then like this here is another little point that I'd like it to just not think about having right now. I guess for this, heck it. Okay, I'm gonna do my own thing because that was annoying me. I don't need it to be too far outside of the thing, but I do want kind of a center line through this, since it's kind of an odd shape for this line. And then when I'm putting these points down, I'm trying to make it so it's in between there, so that when we get those blue auto connect lines, it'll make us some nice little triangles is the goal. I want to go this way first, actually, so I can see where these points end up, since that point's already kind of set. I'm gonna actually need my own art mesh from scratch in a little bit. I've been being lazy lately and using a lot of auto stuff, and while the auto can be good, there's certain details you definitely want to be more manual, and parts of the eye, definitely the eyelashes, the eyelash base, the eyelids, there you go, eyelids. You want the eyelids to be pretty well meshed, so that way you don't end up with like weird crunchy eyeballs when you're trying to do it. So yeah, this, I like this. This is nice. Because then we've got our outer edgy things. And then this one I've got the line going through here just because it's kind of a chunky line, but this one I think should be fine this way. Crunchy eyeballs, yeah, I don't want the crunchy eyeballs. It's why also with like the mouth line, you make it a very, very dense line. And like these, I know I'm probably going to want to put like physics onto and make them nice and floofy. So I really want to make sure like the details on this are good. So. And while some of those art meshes would have been okay, I'm just being extra persnickety this time around. Because I can be. Okay, you're gonna go here, you're gonna go there, because again, I want to do something like this, since that line is a little fatter. And zoom in so it'll actually let me get into there. I didn't put these at the spacing that I would want, so I can get my happy triangles. There we go. Doot. Doot. So let's see. That's decent-ish, I think. Hello? Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Toby. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Let's move you further back there, because again, I'm trying to get our happy triangles. Triangles are good, strong shapes. They work out better for manipulating the stuff. And then we're going to go from here, just along this shadow. It'll help make sure that it bends more appropriately. And we're trying to do that. I already erased that! Look at me! Past me, beating me to it. Okay. Okay. Go here, here. Over here. We're gonna do a bunch of stuff. Up. Do. Just gonna do something like this. This is one of the tunes that you would think eventually I'd get tired of, and like it does get stuck in my head eventually. But like I'm just like, this is fine. Okay, I'm gonna put one here, 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 and one more down there. It's weird that it's not considering that part closed though. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Here. Okay, so go like this along here, making sure we're again landing in between the 2 points across the way as much as possible. Okay, so then here. This one actually I could line up with it even-ishly because there's going to be a line in between. It's going to be the goal, because like this should go to here, and then from the center of that we're going to go like here. So this one's going to go in the in-between points. I might do more of the meshing of things off stream after this section, but I just want to make sure I did the eyes and mouth at least on stream, and probably the face line, because those are all going to use glue. Okay, all these triangles look generally decent. This guy looks a little funky. I think maybe we give you an additional point down here. No, that doesn't seem to quite do what I want it to. Well, it does make you even to that side, so you know what, I'll just call that fine. And then something up here. That's fine. That's just how the art is. Okay, all three of them are meshed. Yeah. Prepping for moving stuff to new flat. Nice. And I am alive. I am trying to remember what I'm doing and do it. Because it has been... Every time you start rigging a model, there's like a brief moment where your brain just kind of goes, how do I do anything again? It's like, I haven't done eyes in, you know, a bajillion years. Because I haven't... I finished the eyes so long ago on the last thing I did. Especially because I haven't actually, like, rigged eyes in, months. Because I didn't do any of that over the summer. So it's like, how do I do any of this? I was actually trying to watch a tutorial again just to give myself a mental refresher. I did have a little bit of a mental refresher recently, actually, on all things rigging, because I was showing Shren how to rig. Because if you look at Shren's stuff ever, you'll know that he recently showed off a little gremlin model he made himself. And I helped him rig it. And going through teaching him how to do it in the first place definitely helped me remember my basics of doing a face. I have to look at your notes to remember how to clip a section out and make decent transitions. I'm so afraid of the next time I try to edit a video because it's been so long and like I had the muscle memory for like the control keys and other keys that like I needed. And like I went to just make the showcase. I literally just had to put music into the showcase video that I uploaded like yesterday. And I just went to like cut out like a little bit of the beginning section of the song because it was dead sound. There was nothing there because it's the beginning. And I went to do that and I like hit C to get the cut tool, but I couldn't remember how to then leave the cut tool afterwards. And I was like, what do I do now? So if I actually go to edit something for realsies, I am afraid. All right, so this should be good because this helps keep our color intact. Because pretty much if you are making your own art meshes, it's a good idea to try and keep your colors contained. Like if you have good shading or good lining like that, you want to make sure you do that because it'll be much easier if we're grabbing the art mesh to move along the line. And as you can see, like when you go into here, that line's there, it's stopping me from going into it, things like that. Oof, yeah, switching programs definitely will mess you up real good on that too. Alright, so this one we're going to do very similar to the top one because this is going to be a very bendy piece. So we want to make sure we're on 3s. It's also a much smaller piece though. So I think making sure that it, we're going to focus on it being in the black line because the skin line underneath of it is just kind of like a transitionary piece more so. And then whoop, let's make you not as wide. But then we're gonna want you to be... So this is how dense I'd make it if it was a mouth. Just about like there-ish. But this is just an eyelid, so I think... Probably something like this, because it is a very small piece, and we want to make sure that it moves well. And then I'm gonna make this a little more centered again. There's a little bit of a fade out on the art, super far out, so I want to just make sure that goes out further. Okay, move that down a little bit. Okay, the edges do kind of shrink a bit, so let's do that, and then I'll come back into the center here, widen it a little bit, and then I think we'll pull it down just slightly. Okay, well, let's pull that down slightly too, and I want another one here. Okay, that should be good. Oh, okay. Yep, looks like everything's in there. Because an important thing to note, if you're making your art mesh, and we don't include this part, when you hit the check mark, it's just gone. It doesn't show you it anymore. There we go. Oh, put that back. So, undoing, get it away. I would have no idea how to start with doing any of this. It's why, you use face rig. Yeah, that's why most people pay people to do this for them. This piece, brain. But yeah, lots and lots and lots of tutorials, pretty much. So many tutorials by so many different people I watched in order to learn any of this. And the unfortunate thing, though, about a lot of these tutorials is a lot of them are kind of on the older side, and then the newer ones are more so just about, like, updating to the newer tech as, like, that has come out with the program, as opposed to any of the basics, which is part of why I kind of wanted to do all of this on stream as much as possible, so I can kind of point out as many tools as possible, because another thing is, like, I'm gonna leave this one as an auto. If we get something weird with it, I'll go ahead and do it into a manual thing. But the eye white just has to be able to get squished down into a straight line, and then you kind of manipulate that more. So for the eye white, you want it to be able to bend well, so it goes well, but it's not the biggest issue. And then this is going to be the first time I actually have something that has an eyelid with colors above it. So that is exciting and mildly terrifying. But part of why I'm working on this is because I know it has more pieces that I'm used to in the arts that I've worked on. Oh, that's the crease here. Uh-oh. Do you also have something off in the distance? You do. You do have something off in the distance. Again, though, we're just going to ignore that bit, and like I just showed a minute ago, it'll get cut out.
It's so awesome to see you again. I hope you are having a great day.
Thank you, Zero, and welcome in. Yes, I am glad to be back to streaming, even with the, let me snooze this ad that's about to happen, but we will be taking a break in about 5-ish minutes now, because even though YouTube, you won't be getting the ads, Twitch will be, and I generally take a break then to make sure I stretch and check on, you know, my demon of a toddler. So this is also going to potentially get a lot of motion out of it. I don't think the shape of it's going to change too much, but I do think it's going to want to bend a bit. So we're just gonna, for safety's sake, go ahead and give it kind of a dense line. I'm gonna make it less than this. But this tool, the stroke tool, it's fantastic for getting these things done. That are just like little lines. Okay. So I'm gonna use this to narrow you down over here. We'll go ahead and make another yellow circle here, make you a little fatter there. I think here needs to be a little fatter too, but then down here could probably narrow up a bit, give you your own little circle of fattening. Okay. Let's fatten you up a little bit down here and scoot down a bit, because I think, you know, we're gonna go a little extra large because there's a bit of a brown gradient, and I just want to make sure I don't miss any of that. So even though like the base of it seems pretty narrow in there. Okay, I think we've got it in there. I also still wanted to make sure, like, I kind of went around the crease, this black line versus the brown line as much as possible, so the art bends well. Okay, I think that should be good. Yeah, looks like everything should still be in there pretty well. I do think on this, I think we're going to need to squish that down a little bit so it's underneath the crease, because it just ever so slightly is poking out from there. I don't think it should do that, like it is. I mean, I guess it looks fine, right? I don't know. Because, like, technically, if this is, like, the crease above the eyelid, the purple shouldn't be up there. So we might just squish that down a little bit. Okay. This is the shinies. I think we're probably going to end up doing an auto on those. Definitely not that one. You're skipping everything over there. Okay, we're not doing an auto on those. Maybe, even though they're kind of loosey-goosey like this, we're still going to do the stroke tool. But it doesn't need to be as dense, I don't think, because if it's too dense on this, I think it's going to start malforming the dots. as they move. But they are kind of overall in kind of like a curved line shape. So I think as long as we just grab them all, this might be a good way to make sure they maintain their overall flow on the island without doing something super crazy to catch all these dots, you know? I think this is a easier way to go about this. Okay, so then this one... Whoa, what did I just do? I don't know what that was, but okay. I get the feeling a thing I installed that has more tools than I needed just did something I didn't ask it to do. Because I put in... it's like a Microsoft... it's called like Power Tools. It makes it so I can put a window and keep it on top. And I needed that for the chat box so that it doesn't give me troubles. But, I think that caused weirdness. Okay. Yeah. So, in about another minute here, we're gonna have our first little break. This one will probably stay on the shorter side, because, like, it's not quite lunchtime here yet for the little one, unless he decides he's hungry. There's a small chance it's going to become a lunch break for the little guy. I'm probably just gonna get myself a small piece of, essentially a coffee cake that I have. It's not the best of cakes, but it is a cake. Alright. Alright, I think that should be good. Looks like everything's in. I do the model image. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we change the display, this is what's on the modeling. The model image shows you, like, the original thing. It can be easier to kind of see the individual piece that way. Okay, and then the makeup. What is your overall shape? Oof. That's a shape. We'll figure this out, I think, after the break, because I'm going to think about it for a minute, because arguably I could do a really large stroke, and then we have this 4 division button to make it, extra. Like, I could do something like this. Make it, like, super fat. And then do, like, 4 division. Oh god, it's gonna freak out. Probably should not have done that. I don't think it did it. I think it decided to just freak out instead. It's fine. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, why did it do a weird stretch? Like that. Oh, it's just, yeah. I'm just gonna hit cancel on that. Alright. Ad break, we shall return momentarily. This button. Alrighty, I'm gonna have to get back up in a second because I need to swap the doggos. This one doggo's going outside, the other doggo needs to go outside in a minute. So once he's done out there. Alright. So... interesting how that looks. Guessing... I think... let's do... I have an idea. Ooh, hello. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna do this one by hand, I think, because... well, let's see what the auto edits give us. Oh. What? Whoop, hello, I'm still on the eraser. What's happening up there? Is it something intentional up here? I don't know if you can see it. There's kind of like a light coloring. Yeah, look, it's this like weird shading up here. I'm on the wrong side. Like, if you look up here a little bit, right here you can see there's like lines. I don't know if that's intentional or not. So where did this line come from? Has that always been there? Am I just now noticing this whole line? Yeah, that's just the shadow of the hair. It's just without the hair there. Confused me. That's just... yeah, that! I can't tell if it needs to be included or not. Because I can't tell... if that's like an intentional shading thing, or if that was a whoops. I can't tell! Also... all this stuff way down here. Normally it puts your next deformer, like, at the top. I guess because everything's in there. We might go ahead and make a bunch more deformers in a little bit, just so it's a little more organized. Alright, well, back to this. The eye crease makeup. I think I'm gonna stick to the purple part. I feel like it's intentional. I feel like this, especially with how light it is, might have just been trying to erase like the extra bits in shaping it, and something just wasn't quite the right thing. I have no way of knowing at this exact moment. I can probably send them a message and be like, is that an intentional thing? Because it does, like, kind of give like an additional crease up here. Look, but like, I don't think that's supposed to be doing that, especially since this is supposed to be the makeup layer. So I just don't quite know what's happening there. Okay, so yeah, for this we're gonna go in the model image. It's easier to see that. I think we're going to do the stroke. We're gonna do just the two though, and we're gonna make this a much smaller thing, because we're just gonna go around the edges. Yes, buddy?
What is it?
That's letter A. At least that's the side you showed me was an A. Boop. Actually, here, we're gonna do 2 separate lines, I think, for that. Let's do the top first, and then we'll do the bottom, and then we'll make some lines throughout the center. You always want your edges to have at least like this double line situation, which is why we moved down to the 2 for that. So that way your edges are always nicely malleable and will work with you the way you want them to. So you're not surprised by some weird sharp edges happening. So this is a good starting point for this. And then I think we'll put this here because I'll do probably kind of like a weird line in there. I think we'll put this to here. Okay, and then let's make the width a little less. A little more. Okay, and then make sure we're still along the edge where we want to be. Because this thing is extra curvy. Bubby.
You're hungry now.
Now you're hungry? I told you it would be a while if you didn't have lunch right away. Did you finish your Pop-Tart? Because I don't see it here. Because he tends to eat a little bit of his Pop-Tart, and then he gives me like 1 or half of a Pop-Tart, and then eats that like an hour later. Okay, so that stroke is done. And then we have the same settings, so these should be... Okay, but where is it? Because I thought it was here. Did you ever give me your Pop-Tart? Okay, we're gonna move this further up then with how it is. I kind of want them to have an intersecting point there. So that'll work. Because what we'll do is we'll delete that point and reconnect it afterwards. Yeah. You just click on the line, you get a new green dot. If you control click on the dot, you get the yellow circle. You can control drag on the yellow circle to change your lengths of things. Okay, I feel like this is a good... There's a bit of like all of there. So that's gonna be for that. And then we're gonna do... it's very oddly structured. Oh, there we go. Gremlin, you're being told you have a beautiful singing voice. Are you letting Gambit in for me?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I'm just gonna do kind of a loosey-goosey for the moment. Okay, we'll adjust you slightly since you're a corner. So that can auto-connect in a little bit, and then we're gonna come back over here. Because I want to minus 1 of those, and then we're gonna manually reconnect it. Because yeah, corners end up always a little funky. We're gonna go ahead and make a little point there so it can be a little pointier. Okay. Go ahead and just manually grab that real quick. That's a little more centered. Okay. Alright, and that's connected down there. And then we're going to want to do... Hello. At least 1 down the center, if not 2, because this guy is a really odd shape. We might want like several in here. I'm just doing a loosey-goosey line to start with. Okay, that's line number 1. I think. Yeah, I think this is a good starting line, and then we'll go from like here for our next row of lines. and again I'm going in between the things so we get more consistent triangles. And then we'll go to here, I think. Okay, and then we'll go to like here. I feel like I might be over meshing this, but at the same time, it's so big. Maybe the previous line I can delete and just keep this one. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna, whoop, make this real tiny. I don't need it to be too complicated, because then you can also get too much crunch from that. So we're gonna do that, and then I'm gonna move this up, I think, and I'm gonna make the bottom line a little higher as well. Gwenny, don't be barking. And then once I get this done, we're gonna take that brief second to get my doggies taken care of. Hello, you're a dot. That doesn't belong there anymore. Thank you. Okay. I want to get rid of that one because I think actually it should connect to this spot instead. Just a little smoother. And then over here, I'm going to do the same thing, make it go down one. Because without the other line that was below it, makes more sense. Okay, then auto connect. It's a little funky, but it's got the spirit. Okay, now I'm going to go into solo mode with that real quick. We're just going to push this guy around a bit. Make sure that we're happy with how it kind of moves. Yeah, it feels like it moves pretty well. If I make a like this. Yeah. Go. Yeah. I think it'll be fine. Oh, put that back. Might do more to it later if we need to, but I think it should be fine considering really we're just gonna want to stretch it down, I believe, when the eye opens. So like our main goal is going to be to do something like this, pulling it down. And I think that's going to help with the middle things, giving it an even stretch in between. Arguably, I might be able to get rid of the things in the middle and just move it from the outside. We're going to do that. Maybe we're making things too complicated by having the middle. I think we'll just let it auto-connect across the board. Because I think it should work out just fine. Okay, so that should be fine. Meow. Yeah, so it's still moving rather smoothly. And the very edge of this is going to be underneath the eyelash, so if it's a little funky shaped, it should still be fine. Okay. Alright, like I said, real quick, dog time, but also save that progress time. The little demon is requesting I quickly make him a food. So, I will be right back, actually. Alrighty. Probably get interrupted again, because now he's eating, and the doggo did not want to stay outside. So now probably gonna have to, keep an eye on that situation. Alright, I'll just go ahead and get everything in the iris as well, so we don't have to come back to this in a minute. Whatever. Meat. Brain. Yeah, in the past I have just meshed everything in the very beginning, but one, that's a lot of stuff to mesh. Two, there's a lot of things that need to be meshed in like a particular way. Just to, if you want to have things go more smoothly, like for the mouth, you want to use glue in order to make your life a lot easier in the long run. The word glue can be scary for people, but trust me, for the mouth, it's like such a lifesaver. Otherwise, you spend your life just fighting every little thing. You do glue setup in the beginning, and your life is suddenly so much easier. Wrong button. I don't need a deformer. Here's an idea. I'm gonna do like this. And for those even. Oh lordy, this is just annoying me. What if I auto it? A little? No, that's too little. That's, yeah, no, okay. Alright, because yeah, this is kind of an odd shape since it's not pointy. It's just giving me troubles. It wants to give me troubles, because like it's almost pointy, but it's not quite. Over here, the mail, boop, 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 boop. Okay, there we go. Now bring it in a little bit. Again, though, I feel like this one's a sharper edge. It doesn't have quite as much gradient stuff sticking up. Like there's a little bit of art fuzzies. Which art fuzzies are good. They look good. It's just making sure you keep them caught in, because if you just suddenly cut them off, then it doesn't look good anymore. They're there for a reason. You want your art fuzzies. Okay. I'm gonna pretend this is pointy. It's like it's pretending it's pointy. In your mind's eye, it's pretending it's pointy. Gambit, you are fine. Doggo's having a slight freakout for the fun of having a freakout. There's nothing going on, sir. Okay. And then again, just to make sure that we can kind of go along the coloring lines. I'm just gonna make a internal section. And then another thing that you want to set up kind of specifically is the head art mesh to the face line, because gluing those together as well can also be very helpful in the long run. I'm going to move that point at the bottom to be more smooth in a minute. It just did not want to let me click that close. Ooh. Go. Alright, auto-connect that. Hey, it looks funky, but it's got the right spirit. Alright, so this one's not even on at the moment because it's part of the other thing. Because this is something that should be like all extra wiggly and such. It's not something I'm super worried about having right now. This is good enough. Because this has a good density happening. We are getting all the way around the edges. This will be good enough for right now, especially since I'm not touching it right now. Same with like... So those are gonna be similar. This is a little detail guy. Let's go ahead and get the detail guy taken care of. Gambit, you are fine. You can be in your crate for a few minutes. Promise. Let the kid eat. Alright. We're just gonna do across the center. I don't want that to be more centered there, though. Why is he freaking out so badly? And this is part of why this is not really a lesson series, because my life is interrupted far too often for that. But I am thinking, depending on how well I feel like this goes, and if I feel like I know what the heck I'm talking about. For head angles, I feel like I know what I'm talking about. For the head in general. It's the body where I start feeling like I'm lacking. Oh my god, dog. Alrighty. Attempting to be better at this. And when you go to art mesh, it automatically appears. Can I just Lunas it for now? I can! That looks decent! See, there's a reason I made, because that auto, that's specifically my own settings, and like, depending on the shape, it will work pretty well. A lot of things we've tried using it on before, just weren't good for the concept. This... Okay, this is an alternative iris, isn't it? Yeah, as a whole. So we're going to do the art mesh for the regular iris, and we'll just copy it onto that. Since they're exactly the same, like, size, shape, and even have some of the same details in it, that will be how we deal with that. Really? It really just that small little space, a little bit of a gradient. I'm assuming. It's like, it feels like it's much more drastic than that, doesn't it? Multiply would make it terrible. Hee, making it brighter. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna leave the auto for that one, I think, because I don't think that's gonna get manipulated too much. It should just kind of stick with the iris. Can always fix it later if I change my mind. This one... I'm really not sure the best way to go about that one, because like I definitely want to have more going on than this. I feel like this is just gonna be a bad time. Yeah, you skipped like half my dots. It's a good starting point though, you know what? Because you got a lot of the bigger dots. I don't know why you're grabbing that. Escape! Okay. I'm just gonna give like this one a little diamond. This one. No, more of that shape. Let's give them all a little house. Put every dot in a house. It's kind of house shaped, right? Okay, everyone's just getting a little house. Okay. Yeah, and then once we get everyone housing, I think that one should be good enough. Oh, that one's much more house shaped. Let's a little less on the house. Okay, we want some funny lines. Some funny lines. Get rid of that little line because I like the dot right in the center. Doot 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 doot. Housing for all the dots. And again, if later on doesn't work out as well as we want it to, we can change it up. Because that is always an option. But by having it more separated like this, we'll be able to push like just this dot as opposed to all the dots a lot more easily if we want to when it comes to physics. So, having kind of thing is useful. I definitely would not want each dot individually. Like, this is the better way of dealing with how all of these dots, personally, I think, is having them all in one big thing. Because I can still essentially art mesh them individually. But I think I would cry if I had to have 20 folders of this individual dot situation happening. Because while I'm sure I could make something like really cool with every single little dot moving, that just would be a lot that does not need to happen. Okay, and then just kind of making the auto mesh ones. By zooming them in a little bit, it'll be easier to move individual ones, I think, later without grabbing the stuff around it. There's not a lot of shading in between them. It is just a bunch of, like, little dots. Man, the doggo is getting real upset. He just made the grumpy groan that normally means he's finally just getting over it and he's gonna lay down and be cool now. Because I didn't respond to his big whiny thing with a, oh fine, I'll let you out. He's finally accepting, I think. It's his turn to be in the crate. So, I have not been getting along super well. I think I need to separate these two. Oh, wait. I can do that, but like, let's just... Oh, that didn't want that. I wanted the plus one now. They are super close to each other, so it does make this more difficult. Now try and touch the other one, okay? It's fine. There you go. See? I knew you could be two separate little blobs. Alright, over here. Maybe there's some shading out there I can't see, but we're not worried about it if it's there, to be honest. Soon to you can stop being there. At a more centered point. Okay, and then this. Don't know what's happening there. We're gonna get rid of that point. Again, way out there. We will move further out that way because there might be more gradient than I am seeing with my eyeballs. Eyeballs do be limited. These shades are not helping each other out. Okay. Does every dot have a home now? Yes, every dot has a home. Auto-connect those blue lines and call it a day. Oof. Okay, iris. Detail. That's this guy. I thought I got that guy. Huh? Okay. Oh, this one's for the heart eye. This one's for the regular. Okay, that's where the confusion came from. If these are the same shape and size, though, essentially, we can copy-paste our thing. Yeah, because pretty much the same thing. Bam. See? Making our lives easier. Okay, this one's the pupil. it both is and isn't important in regards to definitely you want to have a good base on your pupil, but it doesn't need to be super bendable because we want it to be, you know, kind of just left and right kind of movements. How does this work out? Oh, I don't like that. What if we did heavy? What if we did light? We don't like any of these. Okay, let's make a line kind of through the center, I think, because I'm just gonna kind of make like a big circle. We do want to be able to, essentially dent the pupil, I believe. So that it can look like it's caved inwards a bit at times. But it doesn't need to be like super detailed. And then I'm going nice and wide on this because we have quite the gradient around. No, I'm not trying to cancel. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't selected on that dot anymore because you like to do weird things when you think I'm still connected to dots. Let's move to the mouse key so you stop thinking maybe you want to add stuff. Well, we don't need to add no stuff. Okay, and then I wanted to definitely have this center line. Let's... I'm trying to decide if I want to do an inner circle. I think I do. Wish I could do the mirror edit for this, but it's, well, I guess technically I could if I use the other settings on the thing real well, but that just feels like a lot of work. Alright, now let's just kind of move this around a bit to where I think I want it. Yeah, that one was kind of that way. Yeah, I think I had one more point than I wanted. Yeah, I went a little too many points up there, I felt like. Alright. Might be doing too much. Might be doing not enough. Don't know. We'll find out later if it does something weird on us. And last, for the eyeballs, the iris base. Alright. So again, erase your original lines. And then for this one, I know I definitely am going to want this inner section to have its own lines. Because we're going to want to make sure we can like kind of grab that and push it towards the back. Excuse me. Thank you. That's a little weird. Okay. From here, I want to grab and go kind of across this point. Okay. Okay, we can have a nice flow on that if needed. Let's move back to this one. It stops trying to grab extra things it doesn't need to grab. These little bubbly bits making the shape of this a little odd to figure out because like I don't want... I think that'll work because I don't want the bubbles included in it too much because it's supposed to be more of the center. Okay. And then I feel like we're gonna call that our estimated center-y bit. We'll just get rid of that point there. So yeah, just a little bit of the outside edge here we can keep in. Just because the way the shading is darker in there, it'll work out better for us in the long run. Alright, and then there, let's go to here and just go around our outer edge. This over for myself so I can see more. Also move it over for you guys so you can see more of the stuff. I'm just making a loose line. And we'll just readjust from here. Looks like I probably am going to need more dots just to make our triangles better, but here we'll just start with this and adjust from there. Make sure our triangles feel pointy. don't know if you can hear videos in my background, but like my brain just suddenly tuned into it. I'm like, oh, that's not coming through. Alright. Because that side's got more dots for sure, so let's just put just one more dot, I think. Okay. And one more dot down here. It's like... Unfortunately, art mesh is just kind of something you figure out with time. It's not something I can super be like, it's always like this, because it's going to be different for every single thing you ever work on. To some degree, because everything is unique. Okay, let me escape. I'm gonna copy that, because remember we have the other eye. Erase, and paste. And again, because it's essentially just a recolor of the other one, it's pretty much good. Alright, now I think that means everything should have art mesh in our eyeball. Oh, oh yeah, because you're turned off, that's why we can't see it, but we turn it on, we can see it. There's your mesh, there's your mesh. Okay, and then that one you already put the line on. That's the bottom lash shine. And then those are currently off. Fantastic! Now we can actually start doing something in regards to rigging. So the first thing we're gonna do is our eye open. Oh good, I do have this set up this way. So normally your default parameter will go 0, your default will be 1, and your maximum will be 1. I changed the maximum to 2 because it's easier to just do your 3 dots on here, or select it on that, boom. So your 2 here is automatically getting a dot, and that's where we can put our shocked expression where it gets even wider and the eyeball shrinks and all that. But here is still going to be our default. We want to move down or closed. And then we're going to grab this guy so we can start moving our points. We're going to hit X on that so the red box goes away and we can just start grabbing our eyelash. And we're pulling it down because we're going to be trying to close the eye now. So I think we're going to want to bring that down a decent amount. Yep. Just doing it kind of slowly so I can get a better feel for like the shape of it. And then if it looks like it's being weird and janky in the art, we might go ahead and remesh it because it does. We hit hide. It does feel like it might be doing a little bit of weird. Hold on. Let's see. Path deform width. I think maybe if we shrink that a bit. Let's keep trying to move it for right now. I've been shift dragging, I think, as I pulled things down so that it stays moving in a straight line. Okay, I think maybe this part... Nah, I don't want to lift it. I definitely want it to go down. You're done? Okay, yeah, I am not liking how that's deforming. We might end up redoing that mesh, or at least adding another thing. Okay, I've got hide selection turned on. I think we might end up putting in more. Let's see. I don't think 4 division is the answer. Oh, 4 division might be the answer. Let's do that. Let's do 3 again. And start. You get it away. And start pulling it down. I don't want the corners to move down too much, but I do want them to move a little bit. Yeah, look, that's so much smoother and the lines breaking. Okay, if you're done, go put it in the trash. Put that part in the trash. Oh! You'll see I've messed up and I left it on default. So what we can do is Control-Shift-C, go down here, and paste it. And then, since we've got this extra dot up here that's still the default, Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V, there we go. Now if I press H, I've set it up for a shortcut to hide it. Okay, so part of this is that this looks like it needs to be coming this way. That was doing the shift click, it was holding it a little too hostage to that direction. Another thing is that, like, it's making the bottom, like, stay consistently large, and, like, it should be shrinking more, I feel like. So that might be something I need to just manually fix. Path diversion hardness, okay, I'll keep that on the 50. Like, what if it's like this? How does that? That looks a little smoother. And then with that though, like I was saying, is the bottom is looking too wide. Then I want that to spread a little bit in that part. Hold on, let me actually increase my weight for once. I want, yeah, I want that to spread. Then bring that back down to my light number. And just kind of squish just the outside back in. We're hiding again. Okay. And I think that this needs to go this way still. Pull that down a little bit. I think that needs... Okay. Alright, we're gonna do something slightly different now. Where? Lasso selection. I want it to intentionally just grab the center line of dots, which of course I'm partially having off the screen is not helping me. I don't want that dot, so get rid of those dots. I selected just those in the art mesh, and by pulling down the bounding box, it's going to push just that part. It's going to make that a little easier. However, I should have done that before. Or, hold on. What does it think I'm selected on? That isn't linked on here. So why are you clicked on the face base? I'm not on the face base. I'm on the eyelash. I don't know why you're acting like that. Is the thing. Okay. So now you can see that the top doesn't look like it's getting as weirdly contorted. Let's go to edit level. Yeah, if I go to a different edit level. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. I can focus more on like pushing the individual art mesh without that deformer tool being there. Okay, I do need to change how that's working over here. Maybe something like that would look better? No. this little sparkle bit. Not that one. This one. No? Oh yeah, why are you showing up? Aren't you supposed to be clipped? Oh, because you're clipped to the eye white and the eye white's still visible because I haven't... Yep. It's just, why are you above this? Yeah, you... Weird. I guess because all of those were shinies, but those could just go further down. It'll be fine once the eye white's closing with it, but they could just be further down so in the layer order. So that way they're not in there, but it's fine. Okay, I think for most of it looks fine. It's just this side at this point that I want to deal with a bit. No, not you. Not the shadows. Face. There you go. Doesn't help that the corner is behind there, making it look a little funny. Okay, so I think you can see right there, that one. It's a little uncurved. Stuff. Okay, so I just kind of want to make this a little smoother. No, not that brush. Just this one. Okay. There we go. Okay. There it is looking a little wobbly. Okay, so that's starting to look a little better. I think this needs to be a little thinner still. Yeah, that's the other thing. A lot of this is just moving things back and forth 5 million times to make sure they look good. Okay, and then all of this in here I think needs a little bit of a crushing so that the line doesn't look like it's stretching, because it seems like that line feels like it's stretching. I think it's also a bit because, like, the art has fuzzy edges. Again, fuzzy edges are good, but it can make it a little hard to tell when you're rigging where the real edge is. It's like this here's looking not smooth, but it's kind of because I think it looks fine there. It's just being weird for me because it wants to be weird. Whee! Oh, we're just gonna smush all this down. Yes, because see, now that I smush it, it's getting a little smoother. This is on me. This is on me. Oh. Ah! Why did you do that? No. I did not want to open the art mesh editing at this time. Thank you. And didn't want to go into the selection thing either. Anyways, we're about to have another ad break, which I know, like, we just had all these breaks because dog, but, and kiddo deciding he wanted lunch slightly earlier than originally stated. Because that's just being weird. Well, I guess even here it's a little oddly shaped, which I don't know when? I guess that was the auto division? Not a little wonky? Maybe I need to fix that in the auto division layer part first. I think that's what's happening there, because, like, most of it's looking okay. Alright, let's go back in the art mesh real quick, because some of this is not actually a good curve. Even though it should have been just fine, because it was based on the other curves, it's being a bit wonky. The other curves were fine. These are not quite as laid out as they should be. Like you can kind of see it gets a little wobbly sometimes. The auto division did some weirdness. Like over here. Like, oh, that's like real wobbly. Yeah, my phone's going off. Right, I'm just gonna fix the wobbles during this ad break. I've entered the zone and I'm just completely quiet. Okay, let me do that so I can move that. So when we pulled the center earlier, we might have pulled a little too much when it comes to this edge. And that's part of why that's getting a little extra fuzzy. You know what I think we're gonna do? We're just gonna undo all that and start it again. Come down here. Ooh, that would be funny. Alright. So let's grab these together. I can probably... Let's go back to this Scott base. And on the lash base. Talk about this line. I just want to be editing the whole lines. There we go. I'm gonna make that... I think like 200 was its natural point. You know what? I'll just delete the line. I'll just start all over with this guy. Okay. I'm gonna go just outside of here. Another point to here. Like, normally I do like only 5 points, right? But, this guy's got extra curve happening. So we're gonna need at least one more there. Whoop. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Whatever that was. Excuse you, stop. Whatever the weird zoomy thing is that's happening needs to stop too. Okay, I'm just trying to move the point that I'm so used to in other menus having to hold control, and I'm making it angry. Okay, we're gonna go slightly outside of it because I think that might help. Okay. I'm gonna do that. And then I do want to go back in the art mesh a little bit and scoot this even closer. I do want that to be, like, known to be more narrow than the other side. Boop. I should just be using that tool so I don't have to escape every single time. Alrighty, there we go. Making some progress. This eyeball really just wants to be giving me the worst of times. I'm just trying to make everything nice and pretty. I think I'm just too much of a perfectionist. Oh, alright. Now, we're going for closed now. So let's first grab these 3 points together by holding shift. No, I just wanted the 3 points. No, just the 3 points. You, stop. Stop being there. Give me the 3. This point. I'm gonna click this one. I'm gonna click this one. Give me the multiple points. Why are you giving me trouble? What are you doing now? Hey. He's giving me troubles for the sake of giving me troubles. That's going back into me trying to select things. Okay, so that was me fixing the mesh. Yeah, that's exactly how it goes. How you doing, Blue? Yeah, I should be able to. There you go. Shift click all of those. Now it'll let me. Okay. Click. Click. There we go. Because I just kind of wanted to drag all of them together. At least to here. And then we'll shift grab that one. Pull that together too. Undo that one. And then just pull the center again. And then get rid of those two. And just pull this point. And then... make that a little more. This, I'm gonna want to go upwards a little bit. You down a little more. You down a little more. Okay. Now let's see how that's looking. Okay, again, that center bit I'm gonna want to pull down. I think the overall shape is doing better and the outline's doing better. So this time, instead of trying to just grab everything the way we did before, I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna move over to here where I can see it a little better. Get back on the correct brush. And... well, no, that doesn't really work the way I want it to either. Maybe we do want the little selection brush. Recovered from the trauma? Oh boy. I vaguely heard you saying something this morning about the doggo in the middle of the night, but I didn't quite get to catch what you were saying, because Gremlin's life and getting ready for my own stuff. Okay, so that's a good starting point, I think, and then I want to go into selecting again. I think that's as wide as I want it to be. I want this part here to get a little wider though, so we're going to select this. And then pull that down a bit more as well. And we're going to come over here and just manually move like this point to straighten that a little bit. Might want to pull this in a little bit because the mesh is getting a little fuzzy from it being stretched. That's what's happening there. Why that's starting to look a little funky. If we can just pull this down a bit, and I think it'll look better anyways if we make that a little pointier, you know? Died in Project Zomboid because I forgot how to jump out window to escape. Oh no! Forgot how to do a key thing, causing the end of all days. Okay. Alright, hide the thing. Something there looks a little weird, we can fix it if need be, I'm sure. Yeah, it's just because I didn't select at that point, I think, for the next round of stuff. Okay, and then we might need that center bit. Let's go into solo mode again so we can see this piece move a little better. Yeah, right there. I want to, stop having that selected. Just squish that in a little bit. So it's more of a curve. There we go. I think this is looking correct now. It's smooth. And the corners are turning-ish. I think I want that corner... I want the corners to turn up a little more. That's not the button I wanted. You go away. And then you go up a little bit. Okay, so for the overall rotation, I think it's looking good. I think we might, though, just move the whole thing down a little bit more, because your bottom lash does move upwards somewhat, but we don't want it to move too much. Now let's see. Yeah, because now the corner looks like it is moving downwards and not moving in space in a way that it could not. Alright. Next, let's get this bottom lash. These points. And move it on up. Which that one normally can be pretty easy. You can just kind of grab the whole thing, pull it straight up. Let's see. I kind of want it to still be a little visible. Let's just... Whoop, hello. You hold shift while dragging upwards so that way it stays the same. Ah! Why is that having a problem? Don't have a problem over there. Everything still going okay? Why are you struggling? Why are you struggling? Okay, it's probably make a funky noise. Okay, I have to make it make a funky noise now. There we go. Funky noise. Okay. Yeah, that was weird. The chat box just decided I'm not gonna work anymore. Haha! Like, but why? Alright. I'll go ahead and make a line guy for this. Go ahead and put those there too. And... Because, like, a part of me was like, I'll just push it with the, thing. This might be slightly better of a choice. And I'll probably want to scoot them a little this way, because they should be, you know, a bit. Yep, needs a little more. Yep, a little more up. And this one needs a little more up so it's touching. Okay. Said H to hide it. I think this one needs to go up a little more so it feels more even. Okay. Next, just to make our lives a lot easier in seeing what is happening, the eye white. So that way it stops being in our gosh darn way. Oh, that's the wrong way.
more now.
What? You're gonna wait on the juice. You just are. Because it'll be a lot easier to tell how we feel about all these things moving. If, brain. Okay. For this, I'm gonna do the no, that's the wrong one. Just 4. Do a temporary path deform, because I don't need to put, like, the thing that stays on it. And I think this would be the easier way to deform this to fit within this. And we're gonna have to do more deforming afterwards to make sure that it doesn't separate too much on us during the eye close and open. Here, let's hit H, because yeah, see, it's not close enough at the bottom. And then that's showing up too quickly, because why is that? Yeah, that one I did 1 click to it. Okay. So for right now, let's pull back to this. Give me the box for it. I just want to pull the whole thing down. So what is... Interesting. Oh, because again, those things are above it in layer, I think, is part of why that's happening. If you are clipped... Like, no? Weird. Maybe it's because the eye white's still so, large. That's happening. Yeah, because look, it's still, like, way up in that the whole time. Okay, so I need... We're gonna start this again, actually, because I need to actually make it thinner than I did. I need it to be, like, super thin. Like Invisithin. Okay. And then we drag it down here. I'm gonna drag it to the bottom of this. Then we're gonna go back into this temporary path thing. Okay. So we want this as close to the bottom of the lash, I think, as possible. Are you being grumpy in there, sir? Probably needs to do something where it's closer to the edge. And then, yeah, we want this to be above that bottom eyelash ever so slightly. Now, if I hide that for a second... Okay, so that needs to go a little higher up, it looks like. Okay, so that corner is actually looking pretty okay now. If anything, maybe slightly more left. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, so that corner's having problems, I will say. And then, yeah, the top there's also... You might need to squish it down in its default form. I think it's going too high into the thing, so it's not crunching down fast enough. So that's something we'll fix in a moment. First, I want to pull this way. Turn that off again. Okay, it needs to go a little higher into it. Okay. Let's do maybe like this. Undo that a little bit. Yeah. I think maybe this needs to just be crunched a bit more to each other. How's that look? Getting closer. We're getting closer. Like, I don't want it really outside of the eyelash, because that's when you can start having problems. Yeah, because it's just coming in too far. I think other parts of that are fine. So I think really what needs to happen here is that these two need to be like the best of friends. Because it's coming in really far. Yeah, see, that's better. Oh, shush, phone. Yeah. If anything, it could move this a little further this way, I think. Yeah! Let's zoom out and see both sides in action at the same time. Okay, I think this one I might also want to do something like this. That way, yeah, it's a little closer to the corner there. Okay. Pull that one down a little bit. There we go. I see your juice. I will get you your juice in just a moment. Alright. I think we're blinking properly. We have a blink. Yay. Obviously, we still need to get our lashes and our that to go. Well, I got the blinky base bit. And I'm gonna do the lashes first, and then we'll bring that guy up, because he probably wants to stay on top. Yeah, and then I still gotta fix top of this eye white. It's just too high up in the base art. So it's not crunching down fast enough. We can get it to the edge of that thing, because we gotta be careful that now it doesn't close too quickly. I think if we just take it to the crease line, we should be okay. Nope, not good enough, because that's still doing that. Although, arguably, I just move that below the lash, and it will be fine. Where are you? You and you move into with the rest of the eye, please. You can go here. Not there, here. There you go. It doesn't matter if it's clipped to it if it's still above the other layer. In regards to that part. Because the eye white wasn't going down fast enough. So it was poking through. Alright, well, I could probably revert the eye white back to its original shape then. I think that looks fine. Stop! Yes, I know, you want juice. Okay. And now the lash stays. And by the lash, I meant the lash sign up there is staying up there.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to for now. Is this guy? Where are you? Okay, we might move it so that it's below the top lash and we'll get just the bottom of the triangle sticking out. I think that would be cute. Alright. Yeah, that seems to be working. Alright, let me get this demon of a baby his juice real quick. Alright, I'm here again. Alright. Let's keep going here. Now let's get these lashes. Think. Going. So this might be a bit more complicated. So first, this is one where we actually can just kind of do a flip like this. And then drag it straight down. Okay, now. Okay. Let's see. Look at how it's on the top. So if I'm looking at this one, does that look... Oh, that looks extra weird. That is not doing it the way I want it to. Hold on. Because that's still kind of closer to what I'd be going for. Okay. Let's see. I grab this. And I do... Well, hold on. I do still want to just, like, stretch that a bit more, I think. I think just making them a little fatter. And then doing some rotation here. And then move it down a bit more. And then we'll work on them individually in a second, but, like... That's always going to be a fun time in that weird in-between space. Okay, I feel like it needs to move down then. Because, yeah, they're attached at that point. You'd want it to... Okay. So we'd want, like, you to come down to here. You to, like, there. You are having a bit of a crisis down here, but you're gonna do something more like that. Okay. Move it down a little bit so it goes below the line. Yeah, so you're technically popping off the thing. Stop that. Okay. You go back in. Eee, thank you for the head pet. How are you doing, villain? Oh! No, I don't want to edit your meshes. Please stop trying to do that to me. I can just grab that individually. Or, here, we can do like this. And then... Okay. I'm doing okay, dealing with this eyelash that does not like me. It's good very flat. I'm gonna try again. They're just gonna start over. I think, we just needed this to be a much bigger flip to begin with. But they're nice and large. I just want to see how that looks. Whoop, hello. What I forgot to do? To give it keyforms again. I took the keyforms off, I didn't put them back. So I want to make them like the same size on their flip. Obviously they're not in the right spot. Just making sure we look about the same, at least to start with. And right now about here, because maybe the middle one will look a bit more correct. Let's do a path edit. I don't know how that would try to go with this being a not really a square normal shape. Literally just testing things out for the sake of testing them. Okay, I would say shape-wise, that's a little better. Okay. Now, we need to do kind of an inversing thing here. I think. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually grab this. Yeah, it goes like this, I think. It's gonna look terrible for a second. I'm just trying to see if my idea. No, I don't think that's it. Whee! It's like, if they're not connected at that point in the line, it looks extra off as well, which makes it even more difficult to deal with. It's like, well, now you look like you're too high. You're not flipping in the right space. There. But now you're still too high. Whee! Maybe it's like over this way. Okay, now it's just the one corner looking kind of off. I didn't want the other corner with it. Hey, this is how you died. Always a bad time. This is driving me crazy. I mean, it sounds like the point is, you know, to be difficult and, you know, to die a lot. Dying is something you need to get used to. Get used to dying in other games, get used to dying here. Alright. We're just gonna try, not changing their direction, because normally I change their direction, but I think in this case, maybe we just drag the buggards down and they, don't do a flip. I feel like a flip is breaking everything. We'll be, fixing those in a second to, line up a bit better. Because I think the flip needs to be more... not that. The flip needs to be less of a flip and more of a turn. If I do something like that... no. Shift. No. I need to be a bend, I think. Right now, though, I'm just trying to test the waters of it kind of working. Go back up here real quick so I can lasso tool those points a little better. Down. Rotate back up there. And that's a right to chunky kind of. And then back up here to lasso the last one. Because yeah, the way the shading is, it's kind of like has to still be attached to the top lid. And that's making this, different than how I would normally do lashes. The few times I've done lashes, if it wasn't clear, clearly I haven't done them often. So that one's giving me some trouble still. But the other two are looking better. They're not perfect, don't get me wrong. But I think we're in the right direction now. So if we go into here, looking at this bit, I'm gonna grab that point and close it down. Okay. So this guy, yeah, because of the shading, needs to move over a decent amount. I did kind of want to change the direction it's facing a bit more. figure out where color-wise it's supposed to be. A little more to the right. Dun, 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 dun. Open that a bit more, I think, on that side. Side two, maybe towards the bottom. It's doing a little too much rotation. Maybe more like this. That looks a little silly, doesn't it? A little bit. Needs to go a little further over, because it should be looking like it's moving in space, you know? It's driving me crazy. I mean, they have like a pretty distinct edge to it in the first place, so it's not gonna be seamless to begin with. But it is just giving me more trouble than it really should be. Let's just do more rotation. Rotate you downwards. Squish. Hey, that feels like we're getting somewhere. Yeah, it's going a little further out, I think, than I want it to. That way. There we go! We're cooking now! A little more like that, I think. Nope. Put that back up. Weird shading line spot there, but it works. Yeah. Okay, that one's looking okay now. Alright, you are next. Going down. We're just gonna immediately rotate you a bunch more than we had been. Again, normally you can do the weird flippy thing that I did at the beginning, and it works okay. But this one's just like, nah. Whoa! Don't do all that, thank you. No, I want you to kind of keep the shape you had there for the thing. So I want to make sure I'm deforming this in line with its original shape. You're just gonna keep rotating on me, huh? I want to take this section here and pull it down this way. Just grab that guy to straighten it up a bit.
What I want.
Okay.
So that it worked.
Nope. No. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Well, I guess arguably I'm probably gonna want that point down there too. No, I'm trying to grab just this section. Thank you. Need this to be more the bright blue. And yes, I did want to probably grab you, actually. I lied to myself. Go. That way. Hello, escapees is what I said. Thank you. I feel like that one needs to be wider still, but it's hard to make it wider without it coming off a freaking eyelash. It's not what I wanted. I wanted this button. Let's make you taller, I guess. Yeah, see now you're coming off the top. That's not good. Maybe another slight rotation. Again, coming off the top. Okay, outside of that part though, is it looking okay? Man, I'm getting a newfound hatred of lashes today. That's what I'm getting for this. Okay. Oh, give me back my lashes, please. Thank you. I'm just gonna start that particular one over. You pull you down. Rotate you. Before you rotate you, let's squish you. Something like that. So apart from popping off the top, it's okay. Let's rotate it further this way, I think. That way it doesn't have to move as much is kind of the hope. Rotate. If it's doing less rotation in the turn, it should pop off less. Alright, alternative idea. So I make the lash a little fatter at the bottom, the base of the lashes. I think the actual eyelash itself is looking okay. Let me... lash base. I'm gonna make this little here. And yes, I will probably need to move the other thing into it again, but we'll see. That would look bad. Look, it's still popping off. I don't want it to not turn. Maybe this just needs to... If I shrink it on the corner like that and change the overall scale, I think it'll rotate better. It also does not need to be connected at that top corner, does it? Maybe something more like this. I'm just trying to do things that aren't necessary, I think. Yeah. If I bring it over here, it should have less rotation to do, but it still is doing lots of rotation. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like how the other one's looking either. Really? Just making me mad. Let's try again. No, not that. So what I'm thinking is, first off, grab all of it. Maybe shrink them as a whole for the motion. Thinking of where that one should go. That one should end up somewhere more like that. And this guy here should end up somewhere around here when it comes to color. Or if we're not pretend it was staying in exactly the same spot, it'd be something there. Let's grab you. You should be moving. So, like, here. When it comes to keeping with your colors, I'll put you down where, like, your bottom corner would be. Obviously, we need some rotation still, but let's just start with getting them to kind of stay in the color gradient they're supposed to be in as step one. Okay. Everyone's about where they're supposed to be. Let's start with the little guy. He's on the edge. Well, let's see. Like, this one I think could actually turn upwards instead because it is such a tiny guy. Maybe we just line them up with where they were on the other one, kind of, and then I just move the points specifically. And that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just line it up with exactly where the heck it was before. That is not the button I clicked. Thank you. So you're gonna go like that. Bit of a stretch, I think. So then you come into here with this. No, this one. As it should be. This is gonna go like that to line up with the bottom. Then we're just gonna grab top by our hand. And a thing here. I'm just gonna tilt that. And just get the base set up. And I just I feel like I'm gonna stop stream and then think of like the easiest way ever I could have done this, and that my brain just right now is just like, nah, you don't get to have the easy knowledge. You get to be broken right now. Just take your sweet time doing anything and everything. Okay. So I do need a little more adjustment here. This part here is supposed to still be down in there. Let's do like this. Nope, not that, not that. I don't want the whole thing moving. I'm just trying to just this edge. Like everyone to smoothly fall in line, but of course you don't want to listen to me today. No, I decided at the point. The point. There we go. Alright. What's that look like? Yes, kid? I might just need to actually make like an in-between point in the rigging. Like, I'm just being lazy. Just have like a midpoint between the two. That's probably what I needed, is just like to put a point there where I manually squish it more. I've been being finicky and stubborn. Maybe I should have started with the mouth. I've spent so much time rigging mouth that it's normally an easier time for me. Because eyes, you do it once and you're done. Mouths, I've messed up so many times I've had to redo the mouth on things. So often that, like, even though I've only rigged a couple models, I may as well have rigged, like, a bajillion mouths. Okay, so this is starting to take the shape I want. Because it's in the place that it needs to be. We just kind of want to curve it a bit more so it looks like it's curving downwards. Yeah, now that is looking like it's doing a thing without going too far away from where it's supposed to be. Might have been a little too much there, but it's... But yeah, that one looks good now. Like, the side's even shrinking in. Looks like it's turning. Fantastic. Okay, we're making some progress. Finally. These things are just being a pain. Okay, so again, goal's gonna be first to, literally just kind of line up the base of it with where it was before. I want side color, essentially, to work out pretty well. You can stop being selected directly on that. I'm gonna do this, just to really drag it out to here. Maybe move it in a little bit. And we wanna pull this way so we're crunching up the side. All of this needs to be crunched up and pulled over so it lines up with the bottom one. Make more sense as we go, trust. And we've made the process on the previous one. We are indeed figuring it out. We're looking a little crunchy at the moment, but it's okay. Smoothing it out. Literally smoothing it out right now. So we want to crunch that together so that we get this a wee bit smoother. And And then I'm gonna put this slightly so it's a little more curvy. I think. Yeah. Okay, and then there we go. So that looks more like it's a straight down, so we need more of a curve out of it. So unhide it real quick, make sure I only grab these guys. Actually, I'm gonna do this to it. Yeah, since I just selected those dots, let's stay on those ones. I'll just have to readjust it slightly now, so that way it doesn't look crunchy. Not doing that. I want to grab the point, thank you. Yeah. You're making progress. Well, let's undo that a bit, and I will look at how this looks in the rotation in a second. That part might look fine. It was really the top part that I wanted to fix. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Okay, just a little bit in here. Stop hiding it. This was looking a little sharp, so I literally just want to grab those 2 points, make it more of a soft curve. I am over here struggle bussing on these eyelashes, but I finally got it, because like, normally for an eyelash, I literally just flip them, but these have such shading detail to them that I can't just do that. Normally, they're like just a solid black, the ones that I've worked with. This, though, is not like that, and it's causing me a bit of a headache, because I was not prepared for this. I didn't realize this was going to be happening, and I'm like, oh, because like it needs to stay lined up with the color gradient. Yeah, that is happening as well, which is so nice. I somewhat did that by accident at first, because this, just to make it line up properly with the bottom, it had to squish, and it did give it a good 3D-ness. Obviously, this one's still in progress, but we're getting there. Hold on. Back it up, back it up. Okay. Stay! Thank you. This I wanted to pull out a little bit, because the color gradient looks like it's supposed to be further over. Perhaps grab like just these like couple of dots. There we go. It's like the overall placement seems okay. And I just want to smooth you out to look, again, more smooth. Okay. So if we do this now. You're coming too far over now. I see. I actually wanted you to go the opposite way, because there's more of a tone shift difference higher up. Went the wrong way. When it's closed, yeah, there's more tone shift happening. So I feel like, yeah, the left side's fine, so I do just kind of need to grab my brush here. Don't be selecting anything. Kind of just squish all of this in a bit, because it's making it look wider. Okay, now let's get an idea. Okay, it's looking better. This top part needs to come over, and the bottom can come back out a little bit. Okay, we need that to go down a bit so it doesn't do that. Okay, we're making some progress there. Stop! Not letting go when I let go. Oh, I just need that point to go up. This one can come in there. Make sure. Let's grab you. And you. smooth it. Okay, and then this one. Okay. There we go. That one's looking good now, I'd say. Maybe a little bit more to the right, but I'm not that worried about it. Alright. Last little section of these eyelashes. I was not expecting them to take nearly this long. Alright, so I had that about the right color gradient spot. So let's actually start with, I'm gonna take you, move you kind of up. You're gonna come down this way. You need to go that way. I'm gonna hit 4. Wait, nope, sorry. I need to select you guys first. Nope, I said select. And then do 4 so it doesn't mess up the rest of things. And then we're just gonna squash you around a little bit. A little bit, I mean a lot of it. We'll just re-squish things a little bit. Hold on. That does look like an appropriate, Where do my lashes go? Give me my box, thank you. Give me my bounding box. Okay. My bounding box, because this can easily just kind of squished a little bit this way. Get started on that. Fixing. And then we gotta move all of this over so that, again, we get that 3D tilt. Okay. This all to come a bit more down so that it looks more. I'll do that a little bit because it started hitting the over there. Manually grabbing the points. Alright, I feel like I've probably done way too much without checking how it looks, so it's... Okay, so the top of the eye looks like it's doing okay. This looks like it's shifting over too much. I'm just gonna... Alright. Let's over a bit. Back up. And let me get lasso tool again. And get my box. Just drag you out that way. I feel like you're supposed to be bigger. You're supposed to be a big lash. You're giving me hell. Okay. Doing better, doing better. Give me this back. I do want you to be higher up. Not a whole lot. You can be in line with the eyelash just because you're in front, I think. There we go. We're making some progress. Still a little bit of a funky shape happening. Go. Let's... I think that this here getting just a little I see now. Alright, how's that looking? Okay, I think the one all the way to the left needs more curving to it. I think the others are looking okay. Huzzah! I have figured it out. Alright. Get you do something a bit more. This. That might have been a bit much. It's fine. We'll figure it out in a second. Yeah, let's just undo that real quick. I don't know if that's sarcasm or if I actually look like I'm having fun, because like it is, I do find it fun, but it is also challenging, which is part of the fun. But I don't see the faces I'm making, so I'm not sure how much it actually looks like I'm, quote, enjoying myself. Okay, yeah, so that's of course causing us a little bit of trouble now. It's fine though, it's fine. You're driving me crazy. Okay. Maybe I'm just trying to do this too fancily. Let's just come in here with our brush and just go like this. And then a little bit here on a bit of a squish, because that was coming off a little bit too. Sensibly do. Alright. Whoop! Yeah! What's that? Live 2D does a hiccup? Time to save! Alright. Huzzah! I think it did it. Next! Is this guy, our makeup-y bit. I'm not gonna make the mistake of thinking it's going to be easy, because not my luck, it's going to do something dumb. Alright, so this might be easiest doing something like this I've seen people do. So you can just make a circle out of these. Then obviously I'm gonna want more points so that it actually, you know, lines up where I want it to line up. So, like, it's gonna be a lot of points to move, but it should be more consistent. Getting it to stretch where I want it to stretch to. Okay, and then I'm gonna do a second point there just so we can get more of a corner out of this. There we go. Okay. And I have already connected the thing. So, like, arguably, let me just grab. Okay, so this one looks like it definitely needs to come over. I pull that in. Makes it have more of a corner to it. But that's doing a weird there. Just pull that thing under a bit more. Hold on. Be fine with that, actually. actually, for a second, and then... Okay, yeah, so that's coming in too far, actually. I'm gonna move the top down a little bit with it in a second. Does look like maybe that... I don't know, it's weird. So maybe this goes a little more this way, so the pink is more in line. And then maybe this does actually go in more. And like I said, the top is going to come down a little bit because this eyeball crease is going to come down too. It's just a little bit of motion it's going to do. It's not a lot. That's just kind of like a little lower curve. Oh, I forgot about that. That I wanted to just kind of on the default spot move that down a little bit so that the makeup didn't seem like it was coming out from the top of the eyeball crease. Nah, I guess it's fine. If I change it, it does look a bit too much. Okay. So I do think that's going down too far. Maybe that shouldn't go down at all. Maybe I changed my mind. Control-Shift-C. Control-Shift-V. Actually, can I just, like, select the points themselves and Control-Shift-C them? Not something I've tried to do before. I just took the whole shape. It's fine. I'll just start it over. It's okay. But this guy, I think, needs to go more like this. I know what seemed to be happening. I see what's happening on that as well. Let's go ahead and add another point here so that it's a little easier to manipulate you without grabbing the rest of that. There we go. Do, 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 do. This one I think should come down. This one I want a little bit of a spread too. You need to come in this way a bit. Okay, and then that's the top lash thing. That's gonna go down. Okay. I think the makeup is stretching nicely now. I think over here is still coming out too strongly. Let's squish that in a bit. I squished in just a little too far. No, not you. You. Okay. That's working how I think I want it to. Okay, I think that needed to go. Actually. Okay, yeah, it's causing a bit of a pull down from there that I don't want to happen. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, see, now it doesn't look like it's stretching so much apart from like right here. It does kind of just look like it's revealing it. Yas. Okay. Next up, this little guy is ticking me off. He's just in the middle there. So, you just come down. You might need to shrink you a little bit. Yep, you did have to shrink a little bit, but look at that little guy. I think we're gonna move him ever so slightly this way too. Just have a little more motion to him. Yeah, look at him go. Alright, now while I'm thinking about it, let's get this guy. This guy, like I was saying before, I kind of want to put him below the top lash so that I can do this and have like a half shiny. But I do kind of want to rotate it a bit because the thing is kind of moving in that way, I think. Okay, down a little bit because it is going a little too fast. Yeah, see? Look at that. I might go ahead and move that top dot shiny actually back over just a little bit because it being right on the edge feels a little weird. No, not that. Shift. Even tinier and like here. Look at that! Yee. Alright, one last bit. This shiny makeup-y bit. This crease makeup. Might just stay where it is, but I feel like maybe doing a bit of a stretch. Nope, not that kind. Kind of like this. And pull it down a bit.
Mommy.
Bobby! Go lay down, buddy. I'm unsure about it. I want it to do something. I'm just not sure what I want it to do. Alt shift. Bring it down. I think I want it to have more curve. And then maybe make it so it's a little wider since it's stretching. No, that doesn't look right either because it's moving too much. Or it's not moving enough, depending on your point of view. It's arguably have it move completely with the crease. Let's try having it follow the lash and see how we feel about that. Because I feel like it could give a lot more shiny appreciation depth if we let it. Okay, you're not spreading fast enough. That. No, that's not it either. Although arguably maybe I'm trying to spread it too far. It should really just hang out here in the center. Trying to make it do like the whole eyeball, and maybe it shouldn't do that. Okay, so this dot really needs to come a lot back here. But I think we're starting to get somewhere. Okay, that feels like it's going too far. You might be going too far as well. Let's see. Oh yeah, you're supposed to still be like way back here. Hello. You can go up a little bit. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. I think I might like that. Okay, this feels like it's going a little too far to the right. Okay, now this feels like it could come down a little further. Oh, not that, not that. Okay, not that one. That one shouldn't. Just like the center bit there, that was... Okay, and then... Side... Okay, don't do that. Do this, I think. Alright. This feels like it needs to come further down. Okay, I think I like the overall shape, but let's move it up ever so slightly so it slows it down near the end. Yeah, I think I like that. Alright, is that everything for the eye? I might do something to the crease here to like just kind of turn in a little bit. I think for the most part, that should be the thing. Hold on. In here, motion sinks. No, not that one. Where is it? Set settings for the eye blink. Okay, eye blinking. Dink. Dink. Okay. So we can open the physics settings, and then it should... Auto blink? There we go. Okay. That'll look so much cooler when we have, like, physics for the eyeballs, but we have a blink! Taking a moment to deal with, goo butt. Oh, I'll leave this here so we can see the, eyeball. Here, let me move the eyeball over so you can see it better. Hee hee hee. I'm here. I was looking because I was curious, because someone else was rigging this as well, because again, this is by Sandrina, and she's selling it as a practice rig, and she reposted someone's whip from yesterday, and I was kind of curious as to how they went about doing it. And they kind of just smushed the entire eyelid thing together, it seemed. They also went for a much thinner, closed eyelash thing, which I think kind of helped the perspective blend a bit better. But I am liking how mine's coming along, so meh. Even though these things gave me quite the struggle. Like, let's look at this one. I think essentially they grabbed the lash base and the lashes. They kind of... Right, there's that random color thing off in the distance. Yeah, they kind of just went like this. They just squished it and brought it down. And then, like, curved it out. Which, I mean, would kind of work. Like, it did work, obviously. But I don't know if I'd want to redo and do similar or not. Like, 1, this was a lot of work. But 2... I don't know. It is a good way to think about doing it in the future. Maybe I'll redo it later. Unsure. It's like, some of it does kind of annoy me. Like, it's okay. It's not as good as I want it to be. Like, this also gets a very flat feeling. Yeah, I think they kind of want, like, just flipped the whole thing with them combined. I mean, maybe I redo it where I do start with the squish. It's like, the flip just also ends up kind of weird. Thank you for the head pat. I don't know, man. What, Bobby? Another idea. What if I go on to 3 for this? What if I just grabbed them at the same time with the line tool? Just out of curiosity as to how that would look. Well, why do I keep doing whatever that is? Figure out what that is. So yeah, if I do it like that, it's got both in there. Ooh, that's doing a weird twisty turny. Like, we're just testing. Right. Yeah, see, it starts going real wonky on us. What? Yeah, it doesn't go very well. Thanks, Saribot. Saribot hit that real fast. Man, husband needs to get him a Saribot. I don't know why he hasn't yet. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. There we go. I'll say the front one looks fine. The middle one, I think like this one here. At the top of this. Doesn't seem to be in quite the right place. I don't know. Not side lashes. Which actually, yeah. What is going on with the side lash? Like, I haven't even messed with that thing because I turned it off! Right, I gotta turn the side lash back on. It's just out there. It's gotta get squished too. Just a little bit. Honestly, it doesn't even need to move much. Because I end up, like, right on top of it. Like, give it the three things. Give me this. Squish. Rotate a bit. Squish a bit more. Okay. No, undo. Redo. Literally, I'm just gonna use this guy. And we're just gonna squish you down. Make sure you're squished in as well. Okay, and then you apparently need to squish in this way a bit at your end point so that you move with the eye white better. Look at that! And the bottom actually could scoot in a little bit too, so it maintains the same distance throughout. It's kind of like already detached in the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
With that though, I do just kind of want to push this up so it's shrinking more. Because right now it looks like it's just shifting, and we want more of a shrink. So yeah, this needs to come back down, but go in. Yeah, nope, don't do that. Thank you. Yeah, almost completely forgot an eyeball part. We turned it off earlier. Oop. Okay. Right, back to the lash, because that's what I was trying to do something with. I kind of feel like this whole thing just needs to scoot over a little bit. Okay, yeah. I just need... grab... I don't know. I'm leaving that alone for now. It's driving me crazy. And where is this? Yeah, we're on 3 again. So we're gonna go ahead and delete that line now, because we don't need it anymore. It'll stay where it was. It's just good for a good starting point. This is just further over than I want it to be. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a little better. It kind of felt like it was shifting to the left. Now, I think that's better. This is current. And then 4. Yeah. Do that again. But I do need to adjust the makeup more for that. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it back. Well, I know I moved everything straight down. Come on. Eh. I'll move it. Move it. This actually. Oh, you don't have a deformer, so you don't do the thing. Oh, you should. Hold on. There you go. That. I just wanna re-angle you. I should try to do it. Yeah, because it... This is kind of stretching, I think, more in that space than it should be compared to the rest of things and how they're stretching. Okay, well, this is doing some weird stuff. It's also like crunching up a lot. You uncrunch a bit. That'll help. Okay. Yeah. Alright, that's overall better. Open, close. And again, I might mess with the lashes later in my life. Let's save. Next up, I'm going to select everything on here. On I smile, we want to put 2 dots. I want to put this down to closed. This up to open. Let me make sure I can see my selections. I'm gonna go to 3 so I can make a new line? Question mark? Why is there a line here already? Delete that one. That was the one when I was testing. That's right. Alright, so we're going to make a new line that will work for all of the things. Excuse you. Oh my god, I keep messing that up. Again, when I'm using the temporary tool, I have to use control to move the dots themselves. And I keep forgetting that while I'm making the line with this one, I don't have to do that. Okay. Okay. So now this is for I smile. It should just be the eye curving upwards again while closed. Ooh, maybe not grab the makeup for this. I think we'll manually move the makeup afterwards. Cut the line, delete the line. We'll keep the creasy shine. I think that part's gonna work out just fine in this, but again, don't hold control. Me. You must learn. Okay. Yeah. This is supposed to become a eye smile. I guess do that. Okay. Apart from the makeup issue, this is going okay. I think I want this to go a little further out that way. Yeah, I think that's looking okay. Maybe down a little more here, more of an up there. These eyebrows have been giving me, or eyelashes, have been giving me such a problem. I'm mildly afraid that this eye smile is going to be way more complicated than it needed to be. But it's doing alright. Okay, and then you here. Ah! Hey, Taylor! Let me grab my water. I'm out of coffee at this time. Oh. Hydrating. But how are you doing today? Welcome in. Bubby. Okay, play with Sissy's Play-Doh. I'm not that concerned. Alright. Okay, and then I just want to find the shiny makeup. I think it just needs to not stretch so much. Oh, Marsh needs to get shrinkied a little bit. There we go, I think. Yeah. I think these bits need to get a little closer. Oh lordy, that's never a good time. Good luck to you though. Wah! Get out of that. Alright. Oi! What are you doing? Okay. I know that moving the crease is something I can do. Yeah, that's more important. I'm gonna need to do something with the top here at some point, because like I think for the smile, the crease could curve. And I still feel like it should move a little bit for that. This is stupid crease. Yeah, this guy. I don't want it to move too much, though. Maybe 3 on that. Stop hiding things. Just like a smidge. I'll make the makeup move down a smidge to go with it. Yeah, see? It just needs to be a minor bit. I think I tried to do it way too much earlier. Gotta go back to like there. With just a little bit of it, it does feel like it's pulling on the eye itself. Okay? And for the eye smile, I think the makeup moving back up is good. I think we literally just want to take this crease and rotate it up. But I don't want it to go exactly back where it was before. I want it to feel more like a push. Yeah, see, we're getting somewhere. Then that should work out just fine. And then we have one last thing to do. When eye is open, we want to... Let me select that stuff again. Let me remove that line guy again. Okay. And those lines are good. They can stay. This is the line I actually want right now. I could probably go... Yeah, put that line back. We just need to change our level to 2. Okay, but we got our bottom lash. I want to grab both of you. Link you to this. So Squint is for V-Bridger. Your eye smile, essentially, where you have the bottom squish up a bit. But it's separated this way to be more squinty. It activates more off of Squint than the other, than Smile. So that way you can squint even without smiling. Okay, I think that'll be good. I just need to get our eye white also toggled onto here. And I'm just gonna... Making some progress here on these sections.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see. Feels a little off center. Let's get that bottom lash again. Ink, close that. This side just needs to come up a little more, I think. And you close. Okay. So now our shiny needs to move up slightly higher. Yep, there goes the shiny. And then let's make sure our eye whites are doing okay. I think they're sticking out just a little bit on that side. It's not down far enough. Okay. And then if I remember correctly, I need to select... No. I think it's supposed to be... Gotta remember. Hold on, do I have that written down in my notes? Okay, that's what it is. Just trying to remember. So I need to select everything in that one, Control-Shift-C, and then when I smile is active, you still want it to be in there as well. But it should turn off when Squint turns off, yes. So on itself, it shouldn't be there. But if Squint is active while Smile is active, it should still activate. But without the squint. There we go. As I was saying... I'm looking at my notes I have. Because it was suggesting like I should go to about halfway closed and just grab this bottom of eye. Which I mean might not be a bad idea. Also, I'm seeing a problem there. Because again, it's supposed to be more of a squint. So maybe we do that. Maybe I listen to the original directions as opposed to making my own stuff up. Shall we? Oh. With eye smile on? Yes. Yes, with eye smile on. No, I guess maybe not. Because halfway. Yeah, I think it should be this way, because that's the only one that looks like a squint. Nah, I'll just put it back to the way it was a second ago. I'll leave it as that. I think that's fine. If anything, I might want to make this side higher up. Because if I'm thinking about it more as a squint, that doesn't feel high enough, you know? So... Okay. So yeah, that feels more squinty. Yeah. Alright. Make sure I got all that selected. Control-Shift-C. And then on here, I want that as well. There we go. Oh, I do think that this guy needs a little more motion, doesn't he? Yep, just a little bit. We just want to make sure his little side points are at about the same point. Okay, so Control-Shift-C. Turn you off. Control-Shift-B. You're in the exact same place. There we go. Alright. Okay. The last thing we need, though, is our big eyeball. Well, an ad is about to start. I'm just amused that Saribot had to ban the governmental constitution. Anyways, an ad is about to start, so while we're doing that, I'm gonna double check another file to make sure I just put this deformer in the right place, because I don't fully remember. And when we come back, we will do the shocked expression on the eye open at 2. And then after that, we'll probably do a little bit of physics. So I'll be right back. Alright. I am back-ish. I have a sandwich that I'm eating. I'm gonna be muting occasionally to deal with that, so I can keep eating. But we are back to being selected on our lashes base. I think we're gonna grab the lashes bases. The lashes at the same time. Yeah, that's fine. So we're just gonna go to eye open. Hello. Why does that shift slightly? Edit form. Convert to original. So something's wrong with where you're sitting for some reason. Oh, you just got shifted over a little bit. It's just the bottom part too. Okay, well, it's fixed. Things just get shifted sometimes, and it's really annoying. Alright, so, shocked expression, eyeball get big. So just move these couple points up a little bit. Doesn't need to be too massive. And then the lashes. And it's kind of moving on a curve, which is making it more difficult for this to just follow. If I just do this guy, I more easily get you to just help with where you belong. Perhaps. Just for this. Okay, good enough. This guy here needs to take a little bit of a push. Yeah, this is getting a little distorted with the tool. Thank you, too. This one's going a little higher up than it should. Oh, not like that. It should be down here. Yeah, because it was just having too much motion. This guy here needs like a tiny rotation so he stops popping off the eyelid. Okay, so those look like they're going properly now. Next, where's our iris? Here's our iris. We're gonna put a deformer on top of it. Iris shock. 3 points. And then on here, where's my deformer? Where I can see it, please. Thank you. Alright. We're on the big expression. Oh, that was the wrong button. This. So you get shrinkied. Maybe a little smaller. Ooh. Yeah. I think the bottom needs to stretch out a little bit too. Where's my bottom lash? Close you off. Thank you. Not a whole lot, literally just like a tiny bit of a stretch. And then these are already on there because it's the same. It's just eye open, but bigger. And then eye white. I don't have to be worried about it not being on the parameter. It's a parameter, it's already on. Okay. zoom out. Okay. Next up, let's grab the eyebrow, actually. Alright, eyebrow. Eyebrow. Shock. Right. It's a good shape for it. Above eyebrow shock. Or below that should probably be the regular eyebrow stuff. Well, no, I think, yeah, the rest of it just goes directly on it, so that should be fine. But it gets 3 on here, and then this is gonna go up a little bit. I mean, most likely if you're making the shocked expression, the eyebrow will go up anyways, but this will give it more uppies than usual. And then, where is the crease? I'm gonna want that to, do something. I don't know. I think... Practically, like, it would just kind of shrink. I don't think it should do too crazy. We just the bottom lift a little bit. I think that's giving a good effect. Oh, you know what didn't go though? Yeah. This little shiny guy. You should really just be attached to the line I made for the thing. You can go a little bit this way this time though. That's too far. That's too much motion. You look crazy doing it. Alright. Big chunks. Yay! Get no smile on that, and then squint. And then close, we have our smile. Yes! Alright. Next, not physics. I lied. I lied to you. Next is Iris. Almost forget. Iris needs to be able to move around. So go a little to the left, or to the right. And then I have a shortcut to reflect that. Because you want the motion it moves in each direction to be about equal. So reflecting it makes that easier to be sure it's doing. And we do have all of the eye in the deformer. Why are you hiding on me? Can I see the eye? Deformer. Yeah. Okay. Is it because there's something in here hidden or something? Because sometimes that happens. Yeah. No? What? Why won't it show me the deformer? Like I can see those ones? That one? That one's not helping. Weird. So it ended up being like below some of the eye layers in the parts list and was just like, nah, I'm not gonna show up now. I've never had that happen. Yeah, deformers don't normally give me trouble in where they go in the list. That was weird. Alright, so back to our iris deformer that holds all of our iris parts. That's where we're putting our eyeball. I just wanted to make sure that this deformer is not centered because of that one piece of art being extra weird and being out in the corner. If I select all the child objects, get rid of you. I don't want you. I created a deformer. Oh, I think I don't want the tears in there on the face. Yeah. Let me create this deformer. Oh, sorry. This part needs the deformer. Create IR with tears for that one. Okay, so this now exists, and again, I need to move this up because it's hiding. Alright, so back to our irises, if it will let me get to it, thank you. Alright, so go to here, and then I want to reflect it. As before, it would have been reflecting off of not the center, or even close to, because it was reflecting in this deformer where it considered this to be the center, so it would have been flipping all the way to this side. So it went from here to like here, whereas now it should be flipping inside of this one, where this is pretty center to the eye white, kind of. It's more close to where you'd expect it to be. You know what? Let's go ahead and adjust this. We're gonna control drag our deformer, because nothing's on this deformer yet. Yeah. So it's fine if we go ahead and move it. We want it to be more centered to the eye, and the eye is currently there. I don't think we really want to go for like through there, because this is a little larger on this side, the whites, so I feel like this might be more centered. If I do that, you're right, I'm not. Yeah. Because, like, there is less whites over here, so more of the iris is going to get cut off over here, whereas over this way, more should still show. So that feels more correct, I'd say. Well, maybe squish it in just a little bit more. There we go. Always gotta make sure you're reflecting something that's actually kind of centered. And then you have to figure out where your off-center is if you feel it's not quite right. Alright, 3 of these. So we're just doing kind of an initial movement here. We're not doing any of the eyeball depth yet. We're just kind of getting our general vibe. Okay. I think we're moving up more than we're moving down. Okay, now it feels like we're moving down more. Oh, we should move up more. Maybe that's the problem. I want to move up more. Okay. Okay, then we synthesize our corners. And now our eyeball should be able to look in all the directions. Yay. Next, with that, we're going to turn our eyeball this way, hit this, and we're gonna pull this so it becomes curved. Because your eyeball Your iris is curved in the opposite direction of your eyeball. It is concave. Yeah. So, see, you can already kind of see how that's giving it more depth. I don't want it to be quite that extreme though, because I am going to move the pieces inside individually. So like, I just need the overall color tone to feel correct. I'm gonna move the pupil itself in a minute. I'm gonna move the shiny bit, because those two are actually gonna move in opposite directions. I might actually move the shiny bit out for a second to give it its own thingy. Okay. You turn that off. I think this needs to get pulled over a little bit. Yeah, because it's feeling a little weird there. Okay. Yeah, that feels correct. Okay, so then we're gonna reflect that. And then we're gonna go up, and then you pull the center down. We're gonna pull those up a bit. Pull you down. And then we're gonna grab those so it curves the deformer just a little bit. So again, we're going for curves. Do, 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 do. Yes. Yes. Okay. This one we do kind of have to manually do. I mean, arguably because it's curves, might work out better than you'd expect, but I'd rather not risk it. Okay, right. I pull this part down. That's how I work on my curves. Doot. Did I pull the sides on this one? I don't think I did. Whatever, it looks fine. Okay, and then if you're having trouble getting the curves, another thing you can do is here where you have Bezier edit type, you have retain control structure. You can change that to smooth all, or try the other smooth options if you want, and it'll kind of like automatically smooth the these little Bezier things into being more curvy. It just kind of works. Okay, so an initial shape, that sounds good. Let's synthesize our corners again and see how that turns out. Yeah, that's the other thing. You don't want to go too deep on the curves, because if you then synthesize your corners, things will quickly become chaos, and you don't want that. You don't want it to start looking just terrible. So we just avoid that. Alright. Next up, where's this pupil? Pupil! Pupil. Pupil. XY. My hands are starting to, like, freeze. So I'm struggling with the typing. Also, I'm gonna rename the iris deformer to iris XY, so that way I know which one that is. Alright, so the pupil. We're gonna give it XY points, starting with X. So, your pupil is towards the back of your eye. It's further away, meaning it moves less. So when the eye turns, it should still move a little bit, but it's not gonna move from the center that much. Honestly, you could kind of make it so it just does like a curve shape leaving there. It should move a little more than that. I think it might need more curve to its shape, honestly. But it should move less than the rest of the eyeball. Let's go ahead and reflect that side. I feel like is the more accurate side. It'll look better, I think, once the shinies are moving less. It'll The other thing is because this highlight situation is built into the iris, it is kind of just shifting behind it oddly. So we might have to adjust that, but I'm gonna be careful if I try that. Okay, but again, going up, your pupil should not move too much. Going down, again, it should be higher up. I think maybe that needs to have more movement, again, because of that color being built into the back of the iris. It's giving me a little more trouble. So the motion, the lack of motion, actually, is not as good of a plan because of that. We'll come back to it in a minute. After we do the highlights, see if that looks a little better with the highlights. Let's get our corners synthesized. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. Let me look at my iris again. Okay, so I do kind of have a point for that. I do see this. Ooh, I might be able to do this kind of easy. No. It's doing too much to that. Alright. Doesn't look bad, it's just not quite what I want it to be. Okay, so pupil. Alright, those two are gonna be the same thing. Okay, eye light is kind of what I'm going to call it. It's an eye detail, but because it's at the bottom, I think of it as an eye light. XY, because that might do a difference. And then I wanted this chromatic guy. He's also going to get diamond, eye, XY, create. And then this guy, here, I'll stick you in there, actually, and we're gonna call you, no, you guys will get your own. That's fine, you'll get your own. Okay. Highlight. XY. Create. Okay. So that gets a thing, that gets a thing. I think these sparkles back here are fine staying in where they are for the XY, but we will give them some physics so that they go jiggle jiggle. But for now, these guys here, I would like all of them to get these. Where's yours? Oh, you, again, because you went underneath parts of it. You need to go higher than that. You might, there might be parts, other parts of the, thing. Lower down there. What did you do? Go in with the other ones up there, not go to the bottom. Where did you go? Go in here. Good, okay. I'm just gonna consider this folder my deformer folder for these things, because it's just giving me trouble. I have no idea what just happened there. It can stay right where it is up there. It's fine. Okay. But all three of these now have deformers. So let's go ahead and first we're going to move this guy over. I'm actually going to first take you out of the Iris XY. You can just sit inside of there for a second. Give you those, and then you can go back inside of Iris XY. That way now, it no longer has the deforming of that. It just has the, effect coming down from this, but it's not as strong. Like, it is doing a little bit of a tilt. I wonder where that's coming from. Without it, it does that completely, because it's being completely manipulated by that. Irish Shock shouldn't have anything on there. So I'm not sure why I did that. Alright, either way though. Put you back in Irish Shock, give you your keys, and then put you back in Iris XY. And then remove this way, you're on the surface of the eye. You're going to move faster because the front of your eye is closer to you, and it's also just light shining on the surface. So this is the outer curve of it. So the other thing is that how we curved the other stuff inwards, this guy can get curved outwards. So that's actually a bit more accurate. I'll leave it like this. That's good enough. Too much depth perception attempts will just make things stop working in the long run. There is a slight limitation to my patience and sanity with dealing with this program, and sometimes you do too much and you try to synthesize them corners, you're just gonna end up in a hell you did not ask for. So that's good now. Because that one's definitely like super on the surface, it's why it's got like all the extra colors. This one here, because it's inside of the eye, might actually leave that one alone. Maybe I just make it so it's not so flat. Maybe it's going to be, or arguably I'm going to make it flatter so it feels like it's closer. Maybe. So like here, I'd pull it so that way it's not as curved with the eye, I think. So it feels more like a bubble. Because it feels like a bubble, you know? It feels like it's a little bubble. So I feel like it should have kind of like a bubbly curve happening to it. Not too much, though. So now, as it does kind of look flatter, that's not a bad thing, because it keeps it looking like it's closer to us. And this works in our favor, because I think for the physics that will eventually go on it, because we're going to make that guy jiggle, I think it'll make that look good. Okay, and then going up, unhide the selection. And I want to make it so it's kind of curving upwards. No. Because everything else is curving inwards, yeah. So I want you to curve up a little bit, because you're supposed to be like a bubble on it. It's kind of what you feel like. You feel like a bubble. So I want to emphasize your bubbly feelings. Well, actually, talking to a friend yesterday, I haven't really done much in regards to like a super bouncy rig, and it is something that I would like to make sure I know how to do. It's not really the kind of physics I personally prefer, but my preferences are not always going to be what matters now, are they? Because if I'm going to actually try to do this for other people, I'm going to have to take their wants into consideration, and just because I personally don't think bouncy physics are the best thing ever, I do appreciate them at times, and I can understand that other people are going to want the bouncy physics. It's just not an aesthetic I personally want, you know? Like, it is a cute aesthetic. I like it. And so I want to be able to do it well. It's just not my own personal aesthetic. I am not bouncy. My neck is starting to get to me. Alright. What I just did there, by the way, I selected all the things that I wanted to be able to see, and I clicked the solo mode, so that way I could see them in there, since it went under the skin there, and therefore I couldn't see it very well. Easiest to do that. Alright, so then eyeball XY. I've made shortcuts for corners and reflecting. So then, okay, our little bubble down there is good. Obviously, this guy, I haven't done his up and down. I got distracted. So he's very angry because I made his side to side, but I didn't do the up and down, so he's just like, what are you doing with me?
Ow!
Okay, so this should go kind of far down. And then again, we're trying to make it kind of curvy. Well, let me undo that. I'm gonna actually go ahead and do the smooth all, because for this one I think it'll actually work out a little easier. Yeah. So see, it kind of just immediately helped curve everything a bit more. I still kind of have to grab all my points a little bit just to really smooth it out the way I want it. But There we go. Okay. Alright. So then... So that feels like a decent distance on that. I think that feels decent. The biggest issue with this is that now we're gonna go upwards. And upwards can be difficult because you don't really want to go beyond the eye. I mean, I guess with the shape of this, I could pretend that like part of the bottom's still here, right? And do it like this. Because arguably the highlight wouldn't leave the eyeball because it's on the surface of the eye, but like it would just stop being shiny. I don't know. I'm fine with highlights going under eyes, I think. I just don't want it to go too far. Okay, now that we've got both of those, we can synthesize our corners. Okay, and then our only remaining shiny now is you. So again, I'm gonna pull you first out of this, put your dots in, and then put you back into here. Okay. So then with this... I don't want this to go too far into the rest of the eye. It's a little hard to figure out how this one should work. I guess this one, because it's like on a side curve of the eye, maybe it won't move as much, but like it needs to do something. Maybe it's more bouncy. Because like this one isn't quite as obvious if it's on a curve or not, so like maybe I just do leave it where it was. Let me just... Let's put it back. See how we feel about it. Maybe it just stays there. How about it at least stays with its current curvature? We'll let it have its curves, but it will have like a very little bit of an XY movement, because I think it'll help make a physics wiggle on it, just have more feeling. Okay. Well, for that one it doesn't super matter, but it's just gonna make it so it moves faster when it moves to those directions, essentially, because it's going further. Even if it's slightly. Okay. And yeah, I think the sparkles in the eyes look fine. They're helping give depth by being back there. Yeah, big sparkle gradient. So I think we're done with the basic bits. And since the eyeball's actually set up, we go in here. We can actually move around. Woo! And then I've got a whole bunch of stuff in here already. How are my eyes set up? Yep. They're set up for the same thing. X and Y motion would have a little bit of motion. Alright, I even have some eyelash physics in there. Be fun. Because yeah, so I pulled my preset of physics in here, because again, I have inverted toggles for the body. Which is a whole complicated thing to set up in the first place, but you kind of set it up once and then you just import it every time, and with that I just kind of brought over my other physics settings. But I will attempt to explain them. I will say I'm not the best at understanding the physics window. I just kind of throw numbers at the wall and hope it sticks eventually. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't, and then I end up looking up guides and trying to understand, and it just never fully seems to function for me the way I thought it would. I think I get an understanding, then the next time I go to do something, everything falls apart again, and I'm like, cool! Alright. So, first things first, iris physic. First things first, explaining. Physics, they go on blend shapes. We want those when you make your parameter to always be a blend shape. I made sure that all of mine were blend shapes when I pre-set up the things. And when it comes to what you're rigging onto it, you don't want to use your iris XY. You want your another deformer with everything for iris XY in it. So you do select child objects, get rid of that one. And then you can grab all of those things. Arguably, it's just gonna get mad at you because of those. Let's see. Let's do... Because these ones can be separate. Well, those ones are going to be separate. So this should be everything else. So this is going to be Iris, P for physics. Boop. Then I'm going to give this 3 dots. And we're just going to give this a good old squish and squash. So... hold on. I think actually... I don't remember what order I normally do this. Hold on. I think I normally start with this way. And then I tend to invert them. Okay, that feels like it's enough volume. You want to make sure it feels like it's the same size. So this is squish and squash. This is just bouncy animation basics. Okay. And then the pupil. Here we have XY. We're going to build a deformer right underneath of it. Pupil. P for physics. Create. This one, and then put on here. Which, again, I can squish and squash. I think I normally do like the inverse of what I did for the other one, so that they have some variety between the two. Okay, so when you do that, it feels like it's maintaining size. Highlight physic 1 and highlight physic 2. Okay, I know what that is. So you chromatic shine physic create. I'll just rename you chromatic shine as well, because that's what the layer is called. Shine XY. And then you gonna get side highlight. No, you're side shine. Side shine. P. I'll rename this one. Oh goodness, my neck is starting to kill me. Side shine! What time is it? Eek! We have to go soon. I want to finish this eyeball at least though. Where is... There. Those two need another one. So, highlight physic. Create. Okay. So let's start with this one. I think my first one normally is also a squish and squash for these. But then you get a second one, and the second one is a rotation. And I'm gonna make it move over, actually. Okay, we'll flip that. Meow. It has a wiggle. No. Let's do that again. I think instead we will just keep it in place. Because then it will kind of look like it's just rocking there. Okay. And then we kind of do the same thing with the other ones. That one, I mean that one squished that way. Actually, I'll make this one squish that way, because this one here should be the opposite of that one, I think, so that way they detract from each other a bit. Okay. This, you can go in the same direction. Doot doot. Okay. Then highlight. Again. You. For you, you're gonna... Hello. Oh. Highlight physic decided that it was below everything. I'm just sticking it up in this folder. There we go. I think it's because there's a folder in there that's invisible. Yeah, the tiers folder is invisible. Because if I turn that on... Yeah, that's why it's getting mad. Because it's technically... in something that's angry. Yeah, it's inside the heart toggle. So anything that gets stuck inside of there gets mad. Because it's technically not visible right now. I see, I see. Alright, Right, I was going to do... Sorry, yeah. This one I do just want it to go upwards and not evenly, because it's going to be an attempt at it bouncing down, or up and down, but kind of in space, or in the spot it's at. That feels right. Maybe a little too wide there. No, I think that does need to be wider. There we go. Alright. So since all my physics are already set up in here, it should just kind of do something when it blinks. There we go. So it's a little weak. We'll probably change the numbers around so that gets stronger. Let's see, output settings on these. Yeah, I haven't done the eyelashes yet. Yeah, because this one looks like it's doing a good bit. Let's change you to a 15. Become super bouncy. Blink again! There you go, we're getting a lot more bounce out of these little guys. And the pupil... Pupil might need a little bit more. Not a whole lot, though. And I think the iris is actually doing okay. Yeah. Oh, I don't think I did the rotate on this guy. Hold on. You. Yeah, I did not rotate you. You can go side to side, actually, though. Okay, you're gonna wiggle like that. See, that's cute. That's cute. Keep forgetting that my head's somewhat in the way. Look! We have a fully functional eyeball, including going to a big shocked expression. Holy moly, it took the entire day because those eyelashes really wanted to kill me earlier. But we did it! We have blinking. And if we do it slowly, it doesn't look bad. It looks pretty good. That right there's a little pointier than I'd want it to be, but like, you know, we'll fix it, we'll fix it. Oh look! We're doing it! Ta-da! An eyeball has been done. Alright, well, we need to wrap it up at this point. Oh, my tracking died. My little model's been asleep for I have no idea how long. Cause, yep, if I hit the button. Yeah, cause the battery has been dying on this device for a little bit. So it's been getting real mad at me. Yep, yeah, if I do that it just turns off. That's what I thought. Alright, well, we're turning off the model. Model's going, taking nappies now. And the chibi is also gonna be taking a nap. Like I said, I might do some art mesh off stream. I do have another project that I still need to finish myself. So I might get absolutely nothing done. I'm hoping to return tomorrow with more. We shall see. Life, you know, is life. But depending, because if I don't stream tomorrow, I'll probably work on finishing my other project. And then be back Wednesday with this guy. Either way. Unsure. And again, I might off-stream do something to try to fix these eyelashes a little bit, because they are driving me a little crazy still. What over here is making the pointy? Wait, it's you. I don't like how pointy that's making. Okay. That makes me happier. A little less pointy now. And then, right, I did. I'm gonna grab this guy. Because when it's closing, I think... No, that's fine. There was a point earlier where it looked like it was pulling too far from it, but it looks fine now. Alright. So that made the corner more smooth. Yeah, so that's not as pointy. So weird having the one eye closed and the other one's just like, and then the derp face. It feels very derp. We have blinking. We have blinking with physics. Blinkies. If I just also move the eyeball around, you can see as I move the eye. We also get some of those physics involved, just from the XY angles. So the blinking gets you more noticeable, because the blinking has a higher effectiveness, but the XY also is in there, so you get a little bit. We're doing it! Oh, the sparkles back there, I needed to add those to physics. Really quick, and then we gotta run. Yes, there's sparkles. Ooh. Sparkle! P for physics. No problem. Thank you for hanging out with me. As I lost my mind today doing this, honestly. Again, it's been a minute since I've, started a model from the beginning. And so it was kind of like, hey, I'm going to break off everything. That, plus. That's good squish. This... I've got a dumb idea. Instead of rotating, I'm gonna make it more of a wobble. Grab these. I don't even know if I can deflect this. I'll give it a shot. Yeah, so look, now it's a wibble wobble instead of a rotation. I feel like that would look better. Alright. Oh my goodness, did you see that blink? Ah! Yeah. Yeah, I think that wibble wobble was a better idea. Gotta go! Oh, let me look at the wibble wobble again. I want to grab, actually... because it's on the... rotate the control structure now. I want to make it so the original edges also move, because it seems a little too stagnant in the center. Or in the edges, so it like kind of looks a little funky. Maybe it's the bounce part. I don't know. It looks neat. It's not quite what I want it to do, but it is. It is cute. We're making progress. I'm excited. Okay. Saving. Chat screen. YouTube. Thank you all for being here. That will be the end of the stream today. And yeah, brain completely gone and dead at this point because I have spent many an hours doing this. But yes, bye bye YouTube. Right. Next, Twitch. Is there anyone to raid that I would care to